Cast. Heroes. Kazama Original Anti-Hero Naruto Female. Naruto Kitsune Monk were Fox Naruto Chibaku Puppeteer. Naruto Sasuke Uchiha Femme. Haku Yugito ni Izanami Femme. Tobi Dark Wolf Samurai. Naruto Karasu Uchiha. Naruto Rinnegan. Conan Atlas Normal Naruto Tobi Good Obito Spiral Good Zetsu. Villains. Tsukiyomi Madara Uchiha Tikoku Interworld Akatsuki Obito Uchiha Tikoku Obito The Red Zetsu, the warlord villainous Naruto Uzumaki Orochimaru and Orochimaru who successfully possessed Sasuke. Chapter 54. Armageddon, Part 2. Nothing but darkness. Nothing but a black, endless void. The darkness was so thick he could not even see his own fingers if he put them in front of his face. His body felt numb, all heat and movement extinguished. There was no air to breathe, yet he did not suffocate. There was no warmth, only a chilling cold, and yet he did not shiver. No sound came out of his mouth, his every word swallowed by the silence the second he would utter them. He could walk, yet he sensed no floor beneath his feet. He was blind, and deaf, and numb. He couldn't taste the air, he couldn't smell anything, not even his own blood. There was nothing, only his mind for company. Kazama didn't know how long he walked in the darkness. He tried to count in his head, but lost track after the first 10 hours. He had no way to pass time, only his thoughts and memories. He had tried to use a fire jutsu to see, but the flames had been smothered, extinguished by the blackness almost instantly. It was his fault, and he knew it. He had let his feelings shroud his mind, let the darkness gain a foothold at a critical moment. Mikabashi had made a successful move, and ensnared his soul. This was the result. He had no idea what happened to Madara, to the dream world. He didn't even know where he was. He knew nothing. How long did Mikabashi intend to keep him there? Longer than you think, my child, the darkness whispered to his ear, answering his thoughts, longer than you think. The darkness listened. Mikabashi had to be observing him from somewhere. If he could locate it, maybe he had a chance. You were wrong. You are not in my domain. You are inside me. He felt the darkness thicken, a tiny pressure growing around him. I have no physical form, Mikabashi continued, I am the darkness itself, my child. I am the dark space surrounding planets, ever watching, ever hungry. My form is vaster than the multiverse itself. You are no bigger than a bacteria to me. You took a form in my mind once. Truth to be told, while I often adopt one to converse with my flock while preserving their fragile minds, I find bodies grossly uncomfortable. Physical forms are inherently limited, flawed. They can break, they can suffer, while the darkness is immutable, indestructible, perfect. I know neither age nor bounds. Soon, neither will you. In this abyss, minutes in the physical world become centuries. Kazama tried to cover his ear, to ignore Mikabashi's taunts, preferring silence to the deity's gloating. Yet the darkness kept whispering. I am ancient. Millions of years are gone in a second to my understanding. I remember the time when worlds were merely heat and movement, when the multiverse was first seeded with life. I am patient beyond your comprehension. I have waited, taken hold into your soul, ensnaring it thought by thought. Yet I defied you, successfully. Yes. Although there was no feeling in Mikabashi's voice, its disappointment couldn't be more obvious. Yet, an act of defiance, no matter how significant, means nothing to me. You simply delayed my eventual victory by giving the Shinigami its power back. I am inevitable. Whatever, keep telling yourself that. You will see the truth in time. Now your soul is mine, you have all the time in the world. You will go hollow soon. Go hollow. A mind is its own nemesis. Given enough time in solitude, it starts turning upon itself, deteriorating. First comes the despair, then the madness, then the nothing. You will go hollow in time. You might resist for a period, but your resolve will erode. You will become one with the void, share my form. Soon, the barriers between yourself and mind will vanish, and your spirit will dissolve into the darkness. You will keep existing as a part of me, absorbed into my essence, but you will no longer be you. Kazama narrowed his eyes in defiance. I remember, he thought, the souvenirs of his friends flashing into his mind. You can never take that from me. Everything vanishes in the darkness. Memories, thoughts, feelings, space and time. The void engulfs everything, the flesh and the soul alike. You might cling to your feelings, to your guilt and your courage, use them to survive. But you will exhaust them. Your mind will lose itself in the night, and the darkness will embrace you. You may hate my words, but in time you will crave them, for they will be the only things you will hear here. This is a gift, not a punishment, Mikabashi whispered, although Kazama doubted the god truly understood the difference. Soon, the pain, the hate, the hopes, will all go away. The passions tearing your heart apart will vanish. You will be purged of all imperfections, and become one with the primordial void. And then the darkness fell silent again. I have to remember them, Kazama thought, pictures of his love, friends and family flaring in his mind. I have to remember their names. Red. Wood release. Blackthorn. Thousands of thorn-black vines grew out of the soil, breaking rocks apart. Each of them was as tall as a building, and as thick as the strongest tree, yet they barely slowed the dark wolf's progress, as she cut them down one after the other. Red Zetsu didn't pay it any mind and fled, putting as much distance as he could between himself and his nemesis. Red Zetsu was a cautious being. Before entering battle, he always analyzed multiple reports, ran simulations, and covered all possible contingencies. It hadn't taken him long to identify the dark wolf's strength and weaknesses. Her endurance and speed, combined with her swordsmanship and range, made her deadly in close combat. Meanwhile, her lack of ninjutsu and disregard for conventional weapons made her abysmal at long range. Instead, she relied on her speed to close a gap quickly. If she had the forethought to be stealthy and approach undetected, she would be nigh impossible to take down. Fortunately, the dark wolf had more in common with a bull than a canine. Her tactics boiled down to rushing forward with a pure focus on overwhelming offense. No subtlety, no foresight. She was a raging beast blinded by bloodlust. Not that she needed to be smart, she just had to get close, and with her speed, she always did. All of Red's simulations had concluded focusing on long-range attack, while preventing her from closing the gap, would eventually cause the samurai's downfall. The Sage mode had been the decisive factor. The increase in speed, alongside the multiple long-range techniques, all but ensured his victory in one-on-one combat. The Tikoku ring and its teleportation power had also turned out to be a nice insurance should the Sage mode fail. However, the unknown variable was the second fighter, Naruto Uzumaki. Red had assessed her to be an unthreatening combatant during their last battle, but the speed with which she had taken down his children made him pause. It was something that bothered him. Red Zetsu leapt on one of the vines, adhering to it as if he walked on a wall, and suffused it with chakra, increasing its size until it towered over the artificial forest. Observing the area from above, the monster quickly determined a firing angle, targeting the dark wolf. Gathering senjutsu with one of his tentacles in the shape of a green sphere, the beast swung it. A Rasengan, courtesy of Naruto Uzumaki, impacted on his face before he could launch and deviated his sphere, which detonated on the ground below. The resulting shockwave caused Zetsu to lose his balance and fall from his vine perch. Meanwhile, the young girl, moving so fast Zetsu's experienced eyes barely managed to keep up with her, continued pummeling him before he even hit the ground. Wood release. Gatling seed. Red roared as his mangled face healed itself. Dozens of small holes opened all over his skin, launching small iron seeds in all directions at great velocity. The kunoichi was gone before he even launched his attack, the projectiles missing completely. Red barely had the time to land on the ground when a blade of wind, the dark wolf's doing no doubt, cut through his vines and nearly through him. Red barely dodged, focusing on backtracking and again widening the distance between them. Moving behind a vine, out of the dark wolf's sight, Red discreetly produced a wood clone and sent it to run away as a diversion, while he himself merged with the vine. The dark wolf took the bait and pursued the double, while Red discreetly assessed the situation from his hiding spot. He could have shot the dark wolf in the back with a second nature sphere, but his last attack had convinced him to be cautious. Naruto Uzumaki's speed had increased tenfold, to the point of rivaling that of the late fourth Raikage, or maybe surpass it. She hadn't shown anything other than average skills when he fought her a few days ago. She couldn't have increased her speed that much without some kind of artificial enhancement. Red Zetsu at first suspected the Kyuubi's doing, yet he didn't notice any surge of Biju chakra in the area. Observing events unfolding, Red Zetsu watched his clone get hit by a Rasengan, and then cut in half by the dark wolf. The clone decomposed into wood, revealing the trick quite quickly and causing Naruto to retreat, vanishing from his view. Yet Red Zetsu recorded her brief showing, noticing the thin shroud of chakra over her skin. The texture looked like wind-infused chakra, and it reminded Red Zetsu of Kumo's lightning armor. Yet it made no sense. The lightning armor increased speed by using electricity to quicken reflexes and muscular reactions. Wind shouldn't have those properties. Air resistance, Red Zetsu guessed, that shroud negates air resistance. So obvious. Air naturally impaired movements, producing an unnoticeable yet potent pressure slowing down ninjas. The faster they moved, the more pressure they underwent. By negating air resistance completely, a fighter could theoretically multiply his speed by a great deal. Only the user's natural physical limits would limit them at that point. Yet the chakra cost of maintaining such protection had to be tremendous. Red Zetsu doubted even a Jinchuriki would be able to hold it for long, especially if he used the Mokuden to cut the Kyuubi's supply short. The technique also had a glaring weakness, the same as the Chidori. At that speed, the user probably had tunnel vision, and as far as he knew Naruto did not have a Sharingan or enhanced reflexes to mitigate this. Hence the hit-and-run strikes. She could only attack in straight lines, and couldn't keep up if forced into hand-to-hand combat. Here came the Dark Wolf. The two followed a simple yet effective strategy. The small girl was an annoyance, launching hit-and-run strikes to distract him, giving the Dark Wolf time to close the gap and finish him off. The small hunter weakened the prey enough for the pack leader to go in for the kill. Simple but efficient. The Dark Wolf alone he could handle, with that other girl hitting him at inopportune times, not so much. Worse, without the World Tree's roots available and spreading underground, he couldn't instinctively pinpoint his foe's location. He had to rely on sight and his other senses to see attacks coming. Besides, unlike last time, where the Dark Wolf's exhaustion and lack of sleep had made close combat possible in the first place, the samurai was fresh and alert. Red Zetsu was forced to reevaluate his chances of victory. He still had the advantage, however, for he had noticed the tactic's glaring flaw. Their teamwork relied on them not attacking at the same time, to avoid hurting one another. It relied on good coordination, and the Dark Wolf wasn't used to hunting in a pack. The samurai had been trained for dueling and never been part of a team of any kind. He just needed to tick her off. "You cannot win, Wolf Pup," Red Zetsu shouted, intentionally giving away his position. "All your attempts at foiling me end in failures. You could not stop me from taking over your country. You could not prevent your master's death. You cannot best me in battle. I am simply better than you." Psychological warfare had been one of the tools he had identified as invaluable in battle. When he invaded countries, he tended to have his children kill and replace entire families, sending them deep inside human territory and then having them go on rampages. People started questioning themselves, accusing each other of being disguised Zetsu. Friends turned into enemies, weakening the whole community for the eventual reaping. When the bodies started piling up whenever the Dark Wolf went, Red had investigated. The psychological reports by the Land of Fire military had portrayed the Dark Wolf as a stoic, bloodthirsty, unfeeling machine. After examining her more closely, Red had realized the situation was quite different. The Dark Wolf could feel, as all the primates do, a consummate perfectionist. She was used to repressing her problems and feelings instead of confronting them. It hadn't taken him long to discover the proverbial chink in her armor, her personal flaws and self-esteem. He just had to keep rubbing her failures in her face until she grew angry. "You trained yourself to be the best, but I was born this way." Red Zetsu kept gloating, channeling his chakra into his vines and preparing the counterattack. "I was conceived to be smarter, stronger, faster. I am the elite. Power is not something you earn, it's something you are. Then why do you need to steal natural chakra to keep up with me?" The Dark Wolf replied, "If you were really this powerful, you would defeated me long ago." Red Zetsu briefly stopped, surprised both by the words, who hit closer to home than he felt comfortable with, and the fact the Dark Wolf had actually responded. It was unusual. The silent samurai rarely responded to taunting. Had they anticipated he would try psychological warfare and prepared accordingly? Why does she have to grow brain cells now? Red Zetsu cursed silently, waiting for the Dark Wolf to enter his range. Her comments were unexpected and irritating, but it was also a sign that he was getting to her. He couldn't see Naruto Uzumaki, but he had a plan to remedy that. "Truth to be told, Wolf Pup, is there anything you cherish I haven't taken from you?" Waiting patiently, Red Zetsu produced a second wood clone and sent it forward, using it as a mouthpiece. "I tried to kill you before you even left your mother's womb," the clone gloated. "I was there when you were born. So soft, so appetizing. I would have eaten you whole had your father not saved you, so I settled for dining on your mother. I chewed her out long and slow. She screamed the whole way. She did for hours. It's astonishing how much an Uzumaki can endure. The last thing she saw were my fangs cracking her skull open like a watermelon. The clone narrated the experience with a tone similar to one would use to discuss a fond anecdote. Red Zetsu hoped it would help get under the samurai's skin. Truth to be told, she wasn't even that tasty, the clone continued, although the umbilical cord tasted like salmon. But it was never about the taste, wolf pup, no, it was about the pain. It's about teaching your species its place. You asshole, the dark wolf hissed quite uncharacteristically. Red Zetsu started smelling foul play. The samurai had never cursed before. Is she trying to make me lower my guard? The monster thought. He analyzed her closely, noticing that the samurai he watched from distance didn't quite have the dark wolf's perfect balance, controlled breathing, and grace. He quickly deduced what was happening. Shadow clone. That wasn't the dark wolf, but a shadow clone of Naruto under a henge. The real dark wolf probably wasn't even here. Clever monkey, Red Zetsu mused as he started seeing the big picture. Toby knew as long as the tree remains I am functionally immortal. So he intended not to beat me, but delay me long enough for the tree to be disabled. To minimize possible losses, he only sent the weakest member of his group, whose death he could afford, keeping the dark wolf in reserve. He knew I would expect the real dark wolf to come to battle, and he knew I would be certain to win, so he had the girl create a disguised clone to bait me into a fight. He probably taught her the air blade technique and had her repeat a general strategy to make the ruse more believable. The real dark wolf was probably making her way toward the tree's core. Red Zetsu seethed with anger, both at his foes and at himself for having been tricked in the first place. He had let his hatred of the dark wolf blind him, possibly with devastating consequences. At this point, even if he hurried as fast as he could, he would never catch up to the dark wolf's head start. Not that Naruto would let him leave without resistance. Suddenly, her hit-and-run tactics goal became clearer. She had never intended to beat him, only con him into a pointless battle. Red Zetsu would wash the humiliation out with her blood. Realizing he had been silent for too long, Zetsu had his clone keep bragging, so not to alert the kunoichi. I ravaged your country next, the clone taunted. Oh, wait, I didn't even need to. You destroyed it yourself. Who would have thought deserting to the land of iron would start a war with the land of fire? He saw the shadow clone falter a bit. Apparently, the dark wolf hadn't shared that little detail with her new party. I did not even need to fan this one fire, so bitter was the conflict, the clone continued, you most of all were eager to kill. You massacred genins half your age without a second thought, while they begged for mercy. You were so ruthless, taking no prisoners, even those who surrendered. The land of iron soldiers called you the dark wolf, and not as a praise. They called you a wolf because you were just that, a rabid animal. And what about the Battle of Tanzaku, where you murdered so many? Swarm of flies clouded the skies weeks after the slaughter. There could have been peace, had you not been so unwilling to compromise. By the time I came, there was barely anyone left to finish off. She's almost closed the gap, Red Zetsu thought, spitting out a small, black seed and grabbing it with one of his tentacles. The moment of truth was ahead. And then there was your master, the one person who stomached what you did and remained your faithful mentor. He fought well, didn't say any last words. You were not even here to defend him, instead hiding in the mountains in shame. The fake dark wolf caught up to the wood clone, cutting it in half. Instantly, the real Red Zetsu activated his technique. Wood release. Death roses. Black roses flowered on the vines, opening themselves to the outside world, and in doing so, releasing a thick, purple cloud of poisonous pollen all over the area. The fake dark wolf hurriedly covered her mouth, but to no avail. The wind shroud around Naruto protected her from the poisonous pollen, but in going through the cloud, she caused disturbances, which allowed the Red Zetsu pinpoint her position. He proceeded to calculate the girl's trajectory, until he had a decent angle. Wood release. Alron Hellroot. He declared, throwing the seed as fast as he could. The small black ball hit Naruto on the stomach, its roots instantly piercing her flesh and firmly anchoring themselves. The kunoichi, to her credit, didn't scream in pain, and quickly dodged Zetsu tentacles as he tried to grab her. That seed may be sapping my chakra, she replied, vanishing from sight once more, but not enough to make a difference. She was only partially right. The first part of the Alron technique was indeed to drain the user's chakra, which in general was enough to guarantee victory against most fleshies. The technique's second part, however, would release Alron Doomsea. He didn't need to see it, only listen to that sweet, sweet sound as the seed violently exploded inside Naruto's body. Quickly locating the source of the shockwave to be behind one of the large black roses, Red circled it and found his prey. The girl laid on the ground in a pool of her own blood, most of her intestines blown in all directions. A hole had opened in the lower part of her chest, exposing most of the spine and parts of the ribs. Naruto herself had gone pale from shock and quick blood loss. Red chakra started to suffuse from the wound, trying to sew her skin and limit the damage. Would release, Red relished while slamming his palms on the root that the girl had landed on, suppress. The red chakra recessed back into the seal, drawing a hiss of agony from Naruto. If left to herself, she would die. She was barely conscious as it was, using her last dregs of chakra to power her wind shroud. Not that it was useful anymore, the pollen had already settled to the ground harmlessly. The shadow clone, with no such protection, had long dissipated, confirming the monster's suspicions. "You cost me precious time," Red Zetsu commented, "sacrificing yourself for the sake of the mission. I can respect that, enough to grant you a quick death." Not that he had the time to draw it out. He had to regroup with the warlord and slaughter the rest of her party. Naruto only smiled, and Red Zetsu's ears picked the sound of someone rushing behind him. Were it not for the Sage Mode's enhanced reflexes and speed, Red Zetsu would have been vertically bisected and killed. He managed to step to the side right in time, but not fast enough to prevent taking a hit. A sharp blade cut his arm clean off, and worse, it was the one with Tikoku's ring on it. The monster quickly rotated to face the attacker, almost choking upon seeing her. "Look underneath," the Dark Wolf declared, adopting a battle stance. "The fact I never valued the ninja's lessons does not mean I did not learn them." Red Zetsu barely managed to dodge another furious swing. "You snuck up on me," he snarled, more in incomprehension than rage. The Dark Wolf would never strike a foe in the back, so it had to be another clone. Yet, the samurai's grace and cold harsh eyes told him otherwise. "You are very clever, Zetsu," the Dark Wolf continued, "too clever. You think you can outsmart anyone, and to a degree you may be right. Your plans are expected to succeed, and they generally do, but they are just that, expectations. You expected me to play fair, because I try to be honorable even to people like you. But I learned long ago honor is wasted on the dishonorable." Red Zetsu seethed in pain and humiliation. How could he have guessed she would hate him enough to throw her principles away to beat him? Regenerating his arm took mere seconds and barely impaired Zetsu. However, the loss of the ring was intolerable. Not only did it prevent him from calling for help, not that he needed backup yet and loathed even considering it, but it also robbed him of his main means of escape. Without the ring, he was stranded on this world, unable to flee. Red Zetsu launched his regenerated tentacle at the ring, only for the Dark Wolf to cleanly cut it and position herself between her foe and the item, barring him access to it. He settled on grabbing the bleeding Naruto Uzumaki, causing the Dark Wolf to blanch. Before she could react, Red silently ordered his black roses to move and ensnare the samurai, forcing her to defend herself. While his rival was preoccupied cutting his plants and impaired, Red fled as fast as he could, carrying the girl all the way. Exiting his artificial black rose forest, the monster found himself facing the barren, dry wasteland surrounding the ruins of Konoha. He then glanced at his prisoner, and considered his options. He wanted to take his time, to make her suffer for this indignity, but pragmatism called for a quick murder before the Dark Wolf returned. He would simply have to chew her head off and suck her brains out like a drink. He moved for the kill, when the pain interrupted him. He felt it, deep within himself. It felt like a phantom dagger cutting its way through his heart and twisting in his chest, causing him brief, intense pain. He instantly knew the cause. His connection to the World Tree had been cut. Somehow, Spiral had made it to the core and removed his influence. Then, like someone cutting off the water, Spiral denied him access to the tree's chakra. Panicking, Red tried to draw the needed natural chakra from the surrounding soil instead of the World Tree, quickly realizing his efforts' futility. The earth was now barren, dead and devoid of life. The life stream beneath the ground, the roots underneath him which he had felt since his birth had rotted. The relay kept pumping the energy of the surrounding land to power itself and by association the tree, but by himself Zetsu did not have the range. He had pumped all the energy he had available long ago. Red screamed in pain, as the transformation forcefully reverted. He returned to his original size, his tentacles wasted into husks, and the power racing through his veins vanished. Within seconds, Red lost its former behemoth form and once more became a somewhat tougher than a normal Zetsu. The power was gone, and the Dark Wolf was still out there. This fact alone would have been a reason enough to panic, but Red's situation had taken a turn for the worst. Without the World Tree, his horde couldn't sustain itself, and he couldn't hold his world anymore. His resources had been crippled. Once Tikoku would learn of it, he had to get back his ring and leave. If he didn't then either his foes or allies would track him down and most probably kill him. He had to get out of this world, lay low for a while, and rebuild his resources. Perhaps he could salvage things. He still controlled a few other planets. If he managed to rebuild the World Tree with the Biju of those worlds, then Tikoku would overlook today's failure. But he had to survive a brush with the Dark Wolf. If he died right there and now, there would be no second chance. For the first time in his short existence, Red Zetsu felt absolute hopelessness. There was no way he could defeat the Dark Wolf without his corrupt sage mode nor backup. He was a walking corpse. But he couldn't lay down and die. He had worked too hard to get where he was. He was a predator. He was born to win. He couldn't fail here. He couldn't fail ever. He glanced at his defeated foe. The girl was still alive. Bleeding profusely and unconscious, but still alive. Although he wanted to murder her right here and now for this indignity, she was his one chance at survival. The Dark Wolf never cared about hostages, and chances were very slim she would care today, but the child had another use. It was dangerous. None of these children had managed to pull it off on a Jinchuriki no matter how hard they tried. But she was exhausted, and he had the Mokuden. He could make it work. Swallowing his fear, the tyrant decided to hold his ground and take one last shot at victory. Karasu Uchiha. Rain was falling upon a bleeding city. Karasu was running on buildings, jumping from one roof to another, with the feral gale following close behind. The streets below had fallen into chaos, civilians running away, while ninjas fought among them, without any care for collateral damage. One structure nearby had collapsed upon itself, the victim of some highly powerful sound-based ninjutsu. A mere glance below sickened Karasu. Hundreds of corpses paved the roads, while some of Orochimaru's monstrous minions slaughtered civilians like pigs. There was no strategic goal, only a desire to seed dread and horror in the heart of the opposition. It was a bloody massacre in all its terrible glory. "I can't take it anymore," Karasu said, making hand seals and creating a dozen shadow clones, sending them to help the civilians below. He was no stranger to blood and death, having served in Iwa's Foreign Legion, but his worst memories paled in front of the horror going on. "That's pretty messy," Inari said with a hint of disgust, though not to the same degree as his teammate. "It's hard to say this, but we gotta focus on the main objective. Orochimaru is doing 10 times more damage than all of his goons combined." Karasu agreed, "But how do we find him? You're the censor of our group and you're sealed and restricted." "Yeah, I know." Inari muttered irritably as he looked around at his surroundings. "How about you create more clones, then have half of them henge into me. Then have them go in pairs and disperse. With luck, Orochimaru will waste his first attack on doubles instead of the real us." "That's a pretty good idea," Karasu noted. "You can't create your own. It's that bad. I could make them, but I'm working on limited reserves, remember?" The feral Gale growled in annoyance at his situation. "I'm a bit over half now and constantly dropping even if I don't do anything. Sure, it's still way more than what the average cage has, but I need to economize if I'm going to carry out my big techniques. Once I get below a certain point I'm either going to be useless or dead, medics be damned. Plus it's not like our enemies are going to be dealt with a few convenient tricks." "I see," Karasu said, as he created a dozen of clones of the pair and dispersed them. "Now, let's prepare." The facade of the building closest to them exploded into shards of glasses and rocks, as a gigantic snake head made of chakra emerged from it, its maws wide open to swallow the feral Gale whole. Surprised, Karasu saw his jump interrupted and started falling. Reacting quickly, He activated his Sage mode, growing long raven wings, and proceeded to fly upward. Inari had managed to both dodge the attack and avoid falling through gliding on air currents with advanced wind manipulation, the snake pursuing him. Orochimaru's Yamata technique. Son of a bitch. Inari shouted, gliding off air currents like an erratic leaf, allowing him to sway past the massive mouth that nearly swallowed him whole. He's launching his heads from underground. 2 more heads emerged from beneath, shattering the road open and tossing cars in all directions. They opened their tremendous maws, both unleashing a long cone of black fire at the more vocal of the targets. The ninja turned on himself, pushing back the flames with a shield of swirling wind. Unfortunately, a 4th head broke out of a nearby building, circled the shield, and attempted to bite him in half. Moving at incredible speed, Karasu grabbed his friend and dodged the attack. The 4 heads instantly started pursuing them, ignoring the clone decoys. Thanks, but you can drop me, the feral Gale sighed in relief. I can fly too. I'm faster than you, Karasu said, carrying you won't slow me down. Save your chakra. He briefly jerked to the side, avoiding the maw of another head. Only for another to attack him from the side. Susanoo. He shouted, his body becoming clad with a crow-shaped chakra armor. Tackling the snake head with all his might, he managed to push it back, crash against a building, and flew away to dodge incoming black fireballs. This was a pain. The technique had at least 8 heads, and Karasu had no idea how far they could stretch. For all they knew, the body could be beneath any of those buildings. He briefly considered entering one of the tunnels created by the heads and locate Orochimaru, before realizing not only would he lack maneuverability, but that those unstable holes would probably collapse on him. With the Sharingan, he could predict attacks coming, to a point. With only one eye, there was a hole in his field of vision, and the Susanoo taxed on his reserves. They were surviving on borrowed time. Inari moved on the Susanoo's back, stood atop it, and adhered to it with careful chakra control. Alright, you dodge. I attack. Adding actions to words, he unleashed several blasts of air at the heads, deviating fireballs away from them. His ride's rapid moving and spinning in midair did not seem to impair his accuracy at all. We won't be able to keep this up, Karasu frowned, as he noticed the last of his clones being crushed by debris, yet completely ignored by the snake heads. How the fuck can he locate us? If the main body is underground, it means he can't use the Sharingan to track our movements. Even the best sensors would have trouble pinpointing us at this speed and distance. Well, how else can he track us? Sensing us is out. He can't see us from a distance and follow this well. The snakes aren't even fucking looking at us, so him imitating the Rinnegan is out. And it's not like he's had time to peg one of. Inari's eyes widened in horror, as he glanced at his stomach. Shit. The seal. He's tracking the seal he put on me. Karasu ground his teeth, instantly agreeing with his partner's conclusion. Can you cover the signal? Jam it with chakra or something like that. I doubt it, the feral Gale grunted in frustration. For all we know, the beacon might be telepathic or use a special frequency. If he went through the trouble of putting a tracer on a seal that's supposed to kill near instantly, I doubt he'd put in one that could be countered that easily. This means he's constantly aware of our position, Karasu whispered, dodging a pincer attack by flying downward. And we can't strike back like this. He has tons of concrete, dirt, and stone working as a shield. Using any massive techniques would only be a waste. And he's constantly after us while attacking underground. Inari scratched his head as he thought before blinking 3 times and chuckling evilly. You have an idea. Karasu knew that look. Things tended to break whenever someone had it. Without losing his smile, the passenger made a shadow clone that immediately jumped off of their ride and began to plummet to the ground below. Despite the 8 heads writhing below them, the clone remained unscathed as the monster continued to focus on its creator, deeming the chakra construct inconsequential like the ones that Karasu had made. Did I ever tell you guys that during my repeat Chunin exams, the person that did the most damage to the arena in the finals was Choji Akamichi of all people? Karasu altered his flight path, turning it from horizontal to vertical. 7 heads were now exposed, each unleashing long streams of black fire. The Uchiha skillfully dodged them, but frowned upon seeing smoke accumulating in the skies above. They were going to get asphyxiated if they weren't careful enough. What the hell does that have to do with anything? I'm taking a leaf from his book. The feral Gale grinned as he watched his shadow clone shoot to the ground with the weight of all the air around it, turning it into a human-shaped projectile with the mass of a mountain. That alone would have not done too much to rectify the situation, but when combined with another certain technique which caused tremors in the ground dependent on how hard the user struck it, the earth below ruptured as an earthquake shook the street where the clone had impacted it. The copy of Inari had of course not survived contact, but its intended purpose had been fulfilled and then some. The road, already damaged, caved upon itself, while the 5 nearest skyscrapers to the epicenter collapsed, crushing Orochimaru's heads beneath tons of rubble and dispelling them. The spectacular collapse continued for minutes, until the ground below the duo was nothing more than a pile of rocks and ashes. There was no movement, no sound. Was that pulse quake? Karasu looked at Inari dumbfounded. A common C-ranked earth ninjutsu. Just did that much damage. Let me tell you, my Choji can wield that move like it was fucking art. Dude leveled up more than almost everyone else after the reset. Inari chuckled dryly, sitting casually on his back. I just use it like a sledgehammer. You know what? Never mind. Did we get him? Karasu shook his head. Doubt it. The feral Gale frowned as he looked below, before glancing at the skies. Wait, is that thunder? Karasu raised his one eye, as a gigantic creature of lightning descended from the clouds above, falling right towards them. Kirin. Orochimaru's voice resonated from below. Karasu barely had the time to turn around, tossing the feral Gale off his back and positioning the Susanoo to shield him, before lightning struck. What followed was a white flash and a deafening shock wave. When Karasu regained his senses, he was falling to the ground, the powerful attack having destroyed his Susanoo and shaken him out of his sage mode. Gliding off the air currents, Inari grabbed him roughly mid-fall, and managed to make a soft landing on the remains of one of the skyscrapers. Karasu barely had the time to stand back to his feet. Orochimaru emerged from the ground in front of him, swinging his kusanagi in a beheading strike. Inari reacted faster, putting himself between both ninjas, his hands clad in the sharpest of winds. He parried the kusanagi with them before attempting a retaliatory strike. Orochimaru gracefully dodged by backflipping, landing a few meters away, next to the half-buried corpse of an unlucky civilian. Foo. That annoying, cruel laugh chilled Karasu to the core. Destroying such a large area just to get me. You are more ruthless than I thought. I don't see why you're complaining, since it clearly didn't work, Inari replied, not at all disturbed by the silent accusation that he had just killed a number of innocents. Besides, it wasn't as if Orochimaru wasn't going to kill them anyways. Let's correct that, shall we? I thought our last encounter would have taught you just how wide the gap is between us. Orochimaru's kusanagi suddenly became shrouded in golden lightning. Today's lesson will be much more painful, I promise. The Sannin swung his blade, the lightning turning into 1,000 electrical needle. Lightning release. The dance of thunder. The feral Gale simply swiped one of his hands in front of him, unleashing a powerful wind that deflected projectiles away unanimously. Karasu unleashed a fireball, letting the fire mix with the wind into an inferno unleashed at Orochimaru. The man jumped upward, launching a powerful golden lightning bolt in their direction while still in the air. Both Naruto dodged, and like mirrors, both created a dozen shadow clones of themselves. Inari's clones went in close, physically assaulting Orochimaru the second he landed upon the ground. Swiftly moving with the grace of an expert dancer, Orochimaru dodged each strike, destroying his foes with rapid, small, precise stabs. However, the clones did their job, keeping Orochimaru locked in one place. Surrounding the melee, Karasu and his clones each unleashed a long cone of fire, incinerating the entire area from all directions. The inferno was suddenly pushed back, as a powerful, circling wind pushed it away. Orochimaru stood unharmed, surrounded by a swirling air current. Hey, Inari, the real one, pointed accusingly, as he moved next to Karasu. That's my technique, asshole. That shit is patented. With a silent glance, Karasu sent his clones attack Orochimaru close, keeping him busy while he discussed a strategy with Inari. This is getting frustrating, the Uchiha said, as Orochimaru engaged the remaining shadow clones. Calm down. That isn't the first time he's done that. He can copy our techniques the second we can use them. Any idea? First, the plan, the feral Gale replied with an even tone that contradicted the outraged childish look he had on. Destroy his ring and prevent him from fleeing. For a moment Karasu had trouble determining if his partner was pretending to be calm or pretending to be excessively pissed. Remembering how he had defeated Sir Naruto a few weeks ago, he got an idea. I've got something, but I need to do it at point-blank range. I think I can pin him in place, the feral Gale stated. Follow me and be quick, I'm not sure I can hold him long. Both ninjas surged forward, as Orochimaru finished the remaining clones and noticed them. Golden lightning swirled around his body, sending spear-shaped bolts in all directions. The duo dodged, and the feral Gale focused. Karasu felt the air had grown decidedly oppressive. Thick, even. Then, the air grew wild and chaotic instead of oppressive. The feral Gale's eyes widened in surprise, while Orochimaru grinned savagely. Electricity condensed in the air, and a dozen golden thunderbolts started forming above them, leveling the area like a rain of missiles. Partially manifesting his Susanoo's arm as shield, Karasu managed to stand his ground, while Inari was forced to keep dodging both the bolts and Orochimaru's sword swings at the same time. The blade grazed Inari's skin a dozen times, never inflicting an important wound, but slowly getting closer to doing so. Foo, Orochimaru chuckled, surprised. You can cancel my seventh sense? The feral Gale asked in a tone that was both surprised and angered, being forced to resort on his wind blades on his arms to deflect the Kusanagi. This is my newest lightning release, the Raijin no Jutsu, Orochimaru explained. With the Kirin and my lightning techniques, I saturated the very air of this battleground with lightning-attenuated chakra. My lightning beats your wind, boy. You have grown accustomed enough to wind to control it easily as you breathe, but the air you breathe is currently suffused with my main element. One I can control just as easily as you control wind. How? I didn't use it to a notable degree when we rescued Chibaku's group. So how did you know? Suddenly, Inari's eyes widened in realization. Turtle Island. Either you were there or... I wasn't, Orochimaru replied, but one of my partners happily recorded the fight and conveyed me the data. I admit I have not pierced all the insides of this technique yet, but as you can see, I have managed to create my own version. It doesn't matter, Inari glared as he knocked away several spears that assaulted him from above without looking. You're still just a novice at this. Any idiot that knows better can tell as much. So you say, but your technique needs natural energy to function properly, Orochimaru pointed out confidently. This place, this metropolis, this world, depleted most of its own long ago. You might have been able to reassert control in a universe with more natural qualities, but without senjutsu to grant you a power boost, your reserves restricted as they are, and no fox, you cannot shake my hold over this area. This was why I was knocked out of my Tengu mode so easily, Karasu thought grimly. There isn't enough natural energy left here for it to last. Inari's head bowed enough that his eyes couldn't be seen, but the small shit-eating smirk on his face was clear to the Sharingan users. I wonder, is that enough of a handicap for you? You're that scared of a single boy that you need to cripple him in 3 different ways before you are confident enough to take him on directly. So much for a legendary Sannin. Orochimaru frowned for but a moment before brandishing his blade once more. It seems that no matter where I go, your doubles do not seem to listen to reason. Very well, I prefer the more direct methods to get my point across anyways. Bring it. The blonde snarled with a savage grin on his face just before the fight resumed and he was forced to deflect the Kusanagi with his wind. Karasu did not know what was worse. The fact the very battlefield was overwhelmingly on Orochimaru's favor, or the fact they hadn't seen it coming. Observing Orochimaru push Inari back, Karasu realized the lightning bolts had stopped raining. He guessed Inari was trying the best he could to reassert control, and although it didn't really work, it forced Orochimaru to turn his attention on maintaining his hold to prevent his target from regaining a very annoying advantage. Dispelling his partial Susanoo, Karasu glanced at Orochimaru's ring. If he could close in while he was kept blade locked by the feral Gale, maybe he had a chance of destroying it. No, the snake would expect a pincer tactic. He would easily push him back. He needed to be trickier. Orochimaru was not a sensor. His Sharingan could analyze movements, but it could not distinguish between clones, nor could it notice chakra that wasn't in his line of sight. Karasu remembered the lesson Mew had taught him, after the end of their battle in Omegakure. He hadn't perfected the technique yet. But he could improvise. Karasu first created a shadow clone, then activated the camouflage technique, turning himself invisible. Sure, he had no doubt any sensor worth his damn would manage to locate him, but since it was a ninjutsu instead of a genjutsu, the Sharingan wouldn't pick it up until it was too late. The shadow clone, aware of the plan, moved behind Orochimaru, preparing for a pincer, while Karasu circled the Sannin and closed in. When Orochimaru's Kusanagi locked with one of Inari's wind blades, the shadow clone attacked. The Sannin, holding the Kusanagi with his right hand, moved the left one behind himself, shrouding it with lightning. One strike beheaded the clone, dispelling it. Karasu wasn't sure what gave him up. Maybe the Sharingan noticed a faint movement in the air, or the camouflage wasn't optimal. Whatever it was, Orochimaru's surprised gaze told him he had noticed his presence. Unfortunately for the snake, he had already closed in enough for this. Amaterasu. Orochimaru skillfully managed to move away, saving himself from being completely incinerated, but he couldn't move his arm out of Karasu's field of vision soon enough. The black fire spread over the Sannin's limb, consuming his ring and hand. Moving swiftly, the Sannin cut his forearm with the Kusanagi, amputating his own limb. My ring! Orochimaru roared, his smug smile replaced with impotent rage. He took a few steps backward, while Inari kept him on the defensive with his wind blades. Eventually, he managed to disarm Orochimaru with a powerful thrust, sending the Kusanagi flying away, even as Orochimaru finished growing a new arm. Good work getting the arm, Inari smirked to his partner as he jumped back a few meters. Good work not getting killed, Karasu matched the look in turn. I've had practice. The snake ground his teeth, manifesting a Chidori in each of his hands. You pitiful worms, do you know what you have done? The Sannin snarled, attempting to punch Inari's head off with his deadly technique. This ring was worth more than 1,000 Biju put together. If a little bonfire was enough to destroy it, I think it was shoddy work, Inari mocked, skillfully avoiding the Chidori. Should have gotten your bling insured. You better have kept the instruction manual, Karasu added, joining the fight in close combat, using his Sharingan to coordinate with the Feral Gale's movements. To an outside observer, it would have seemed the duo had worked and trained together for years. Their movements meshed perfectly, forcing Orochimaru to stay on the defense. For a second, Karasu thought they were going to win this fight. Until his Sharingan picked a small spot in the sky, growing closer with each microsecond. The Kusanagi was returning, flying at them like a missile. More precisely, it was flying at Inari, behind. The Feral Gale turned his head, his eyes widening upon noticing the danger, but Orochimaru attacked at this moment, forcing Inari to block the Chidori and leaving himself open to the pincer. Karasu surged forward, reacting on impulse, and pushing Inari out of the way at the last moment. At a cost. The Kusanagi pierced the Uchiha's chest right below the heart, making him scream in pain. Karasu! Inari shouted, only for Orochimaru to spin and kick him on the left shoulder. Inari attempted to block it with his wind blade, but the blade failed at cutting the limb, letting Orochimaru's leg hammer the Uzumaki's left arm at full speed. The sickening sound of a bone breaking resonated in the air, and the sheer power behind the teen sent flying. Karasu attempted to get up and retreat, only for the Kusanagi, still embedded in his chest, to forcefully pin him to the ground. Orochimaru calmly grabbed his weapon's pommel with one hand, twisting it and causing Karasu to cough in agony. I am done with you boys, the Sannin whispered. Gone was his playful amusement, replaced with boiling, tranquil rage. I could kill you cleanly. Cut your head off. Make it quick and dignified. But for destroying my ring. He grinned wickedly. I believe I am going to finish the work my apprentice started. Upon realizing what the man was about to do, Karasu's eye widened in horror. Amatera. He wasn't fast enough. Orochimaru's fingers reached Karasu's eye, and the Uchiha screamed in pain as his vision went red. The Dark Wolf. Cutting black roses left and right, the Dark Wolf charged. Naruto. She shouted, trying to locate her charge to no avail. It was her fault. She had grown too careless and let the attack's success blind her. Now the young girl, which she had sworn to protect, had probably been killed. Now, she could only avenge. Swinging her blades with a demon's fury, the Dark Wolf carved herself a path through the Black Roses forest, exiting it and catching up to her nemesis. She found him changed. The red Zetsu had reduced in size, now a little bit taller than a child. It had grown thin and nimble, its form now more humanoid than ever. Its former monstrous face had grown more effeminate, almost feminine. Its eyes were now as blue as the sky. Give me the ring. The voice was no longer inhuman, no. It had turned awfully familiar. Or don't. I will kill you either way. Naruto. Oh gods, Naruto, fight back. She cannot, the red Zetsu taunted through Naruto's voice, its fingers sharpening into claws. She can hear, but she cannot do anything. My roots have taken residence under skin, in her muscles and in her brain. She's watching everything, powerless and screaming inside, and I love it. Now, give me the ring and I will release her. The dark wolf wouldn't fall for such a transparent lie. Instead, she raised her right arm, showing Zetsu's ring firmly around her iron gauntlet's middle finger. Come and get it. The red Zetsu shrieked and the dark wolf calmly adopting a battle stance. At this moment, the earth shook, and the skies ripped open. Sasuke Uchiha. Arjuna. The warlord spoke, opening hostilities, the 1,000 arrows. Thousands of crimson chakra arrows materialized above the group and fell as a deadly rain of projectiles, each as fast as a cannonball. Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke moved, dodging them expertly, while his two allies used their Shinra Tensei to deflect them. The remaining arrows hit the ground, each exploding upon contact and covering the entire area with a large layer of dust. The warlord emerged from the dust cloud, his face betraying no emotion. Sasuke didn't waste the opportunity, and unleashed a long, rock-melting cone of fire at him. Instead, the fire bounced off harmlessly on the warlord's skin. Sasuke suddenly noticed two giant summons, a giant rhino and a colossal bird, appear and charge at their foe. Kali, the hand of death. The warlord's hand turned red, shrouded in chakra. He then proceeded to smash both creatures, their heads exploding upon contact with his fist. He has created a second skin of chakra over his body, which pushes other techniques away, causing ninjutsu to bounce harmlessly on him, Sasuke thought, observing the warlord's body more closely, like an armor, an automatic variant of the Hyuga spinning technique. I can't even imagine the level of chakra control needed to pull it off. Rakshasa. The fearful phantasm. The warlord called. The entire world turned red. The clouds grew crimson and started shedding a rain of fresh blood. The ground transformed into an endless sea of bones and severed limbs, bloodied ears and flayed fingers. The air itself seemed to have grown malevolent. The warlord increased in size, his face and body twisting into that of a colossal, fiery demon. Black chains grabbed each of Sasuke's limbs, immobilizing him. Sasuke activated the Sharingan, trying to break the illusion, and failed miserably. Instead, he saw his skin being peeled off his flesh, starting by the finger and progressing on all his limbs. Although he knew the whole experience was fake, the pain definitively was not. How? Even Itachi's? Sasuke grunted, struggling against the illusory torment. Imagine yourself using thousands of shadow clones, and having each of them work on mastering absolutely every single technique, martial art, and secret jutsu known to man. The demonic apparition answered, imagine me repeating the process for 15 years, until I mastered every possible skill. Imagine living through 10,000 lifetimes and remembering every second of it. Done. Then maybe you'll have the faintest idea of just how powerful I am. In desperation, Sasuke activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, ending the phantasm. Sasuke returned to reality, only to see the warlord's hands grab his throat. Indra. The crimson lightning. He snarled, and Sasuke felt his body assaulted by a powerful electrical current, inflaming his entire nervous. The Uchiha couldn't help but scream in pain, all his sensations replaced by abject suffering. It hurts, doesn't it? The warlord mocked. I'm just stimulating all your pain receptors, all of them, at the same time. Must feel atrocious. Sasuke's salvation came in the form of paper birds, descending upon the warlord like miniature missiles. The warlord let Sasuke go and vanished with a shunshin, reappearing a few meters away. Konan landed next to Sasuke. Are you alright? She asked, touching his skin and transferring a little of her chakra, revitalizing the Uchiha. I'm fine, he replied, breaking contact. The warlord had positioned himself at the center of the flying birds, joining his hands. Vritra. The demonic drought. He snarled, joining his hands. Sasuke saw the natural chakra of the area move, shift, and surround the warlord. The paper birds fell inert, their very energy drained, absorbed. He's building up his chakra by draining the whole area. Toby warned. Mitra. The final light. The warlord's body shone brightly, turning into a miniature star. A sphere of sunlight surrounded him, before exploding in all directions, burning everything in its path. His Sharingan still active, Sasuke shielded his team, summoning the Susanoo before the attack could reach them. It shattered upon impact, but mercifully shielded the trio from instant death. However, the flash briefly blinded everyone. The powerful explosion increased the temperature, turning the area into a furnace. I can't see colors, Sasuke thought, realizing he saw his friends in black and white. I can't see colors anymore. The rhino's corpse was thrown at them the second the fire died down, hitting Toby head-on before he could turn intangible and sending both rolling away. Before Sasuke could react, the warlord stepped right in front of him, grabbed the Uchiha's head, and smashed it to the ground, briefly causing a concussion. Pain. That was the only thing on Sasuke's mind, as the warlord kept pummeling him to the ground. As he had shown with the summons, the warlord had obviously mastered Tsunade's super strength, so a single blow should have caved in Sasuke's head, killing him painlessly. The Uchiha quickly grasped why. The warlord toned down his blows just to make him suffer longer. Sasuke was eventually kicked away against one of the world tree's roots with such strength he heard at least one of his ribs shatter upon contact. Conan attempted to intervene, bombarding the warlord from above with fiery rocks, forcing the warrior to stay on the move. A chain of red chakra, similar to Kazama's own, materialized out of the warlord's back, grabbing Conan by the ankle and smashing her to the ground like an insect before vanishing. Now, the warlord asked, the entire team mercilessly crushed, where is the rogue Zetsu? Rising back to his feet, Sasuke saw a spiral fleeing hundreds of meters away, making his way to the world tree's main body. Unfortunately, the warlord noticed him as well, and started forming hand seals. Shaping a Chidori in his left hand, Sasuke charged forward, intent on buying Spiral some time. Before the lightning-encased hand could reach him, the warlord grabbed the Uchiha's arm, stopping the technique within an inch of his heart. Looks like you still haven't understood just how hopeless this battle is, the warlord said. I guess I need to use a more disarming argument. The warlord channeled chakra into his hand, and proceeded to twist and rip Sasuke's left arm off, severing it at the forearm. Oddly, Sasuke didn't feel the pain register instantly, most of his arm's nerves having been torn off instantly, until the raging agony surged in what remained of his forearm. He screamed in pain, blood flowing from the wound into a red pond. Worse still, the warlord didn't even spare him a glance, keeping Spiral in sight like an hawk targeting a prey while callously tossing Sasuke's severed arm behind him. Veu. The furious wind. Suddenly, a sphere of wind swirled and formed around Spiral, imprisoning him within. The insides quickly morphed into dozens of spiraling blades of wind that violently dismembered the poor creature, the aerial prison disappearing once its victim turned into 1,000 pieces. Spiral's body fell into pieces of cut wood, instead of flesh. A wood clone. I see. He probably created that dummy when I wasn't looking and sent it forward to distract me. The real one must be making its way toward the core already. The warlord shrugged. No matter, I will catch him before he even gets close to. Shikigami dance. A spear fell from heavens upon the warlord, who glanced at it with almost bored disinterest. A second before the projectile hit, he was gone in a blur of speed, reappearing a few meters away, safe. The ground beneath the warlord suddenly exploded, Toby emerging from it like a rabid mole. The Tikoku leader's eyes flared in surprise as the hero punched him in the face with his right hand. Mokuden punch. Toby snarled, a wood spike growing out of his arm and surging to impale the warlord's face. While the technique pushed the warlord upward, the spike failed to pierce the chakra armor, causing no lasting damage. As long as his armor holds, our attacks are useless, Sasuke cursed, as the warrior floated above the team with the same air-walking technique he had used before the battle. Channeling lightning chakra in his remaining hand, Sasuke cauterized the wound, preventing the bleeding from worsening. Kali. The hand of death. The warlord propelled himself downward at Toby, his fists once again clad in red chakra. Toby teleported away before the impact, briefly returning to his pocket dimension and leaving the warlord hitting the ground. The shockwave shook the entire area and causing the ground to cave in. Conan chose that moment to reappear, flying toward the warlord. The criminal turned around and attempted to punch her, only for the woman to dematerialize into dozens of explosive tags, which detonated upon contact. Sasuke covered himself with his cloak, shielded from the resulting dust. When the dust settled, the warlord stood unharmed, choking Conan's throat with his left hand and crushing her mouth with the right. The paper woman had grabbed the warlord's arms, but she wasn't strong enough to break his hold. Sasuke got back to his feet, ignored the pain and charged forward, but the distance between them was too great. She wouldn't survive this one, and if her peaceful gaze was to be believed, she knew it too. Hey, the warlord said, wanna see how a Rasengan works when formed inside someone's mouth? Conan didn't scream. Didn't say a word. Yet the sickening sound of her head exploding into blood and brain matter made Sasuke cringe in disgust and horror. The Uchiha felt thankful the warlord's back had blocked his vision and spared him the horrific event, but his body now boiled with rage, doubly so when the madman then proceeded to toss Conan's headless corpse away. Why had she done that? Why had she risked her life to get close? Sasuke got his answer when he noticed that the shroud of chakra around the warlord had disappeared. She drained it with the Rinnegan, he guessed, realizing his foe was now open to attack for the briefest instant. Conan had given her life for this one opening, and he wasn't going to waste it. Gathering what little chakra he had left in his sword hand and unsheathing his blade, Sasuke charged forward, his kusanagi swirling with lightning. Well, looks like it was a no-brainer, the warlord joked, as he turned around to face Sasuke, his right arm still covered with blood and brains. The monster's chakra briefly sparked, betraying his surprise. Unfortunately, the warlord quickly realized what was happening and stepped backward, dodging the blade. Sasuke nearly lost all hope. Shinra Tensei. Gravity changed direction, propelling the warlord forward toward Sasuke's blade. Before the chakra armor could reform itself, Sasuke swung, targeting the madman's neck and cutting it with one sweep motion. A second later, the warlord's head went flying away, while the headless corpse fell to the ground. Sasuke didn't even wait for the head to reach the ground to collapse in pain and exhaustion. That was for Conan, you son of a bitch, he heard Toby whisper, the man moving next to him, you're alright. I can't see colors anymore. Lost a hand, think most of my bones are broken, can barely stand, Sasuke panted, as his ally grabbed him by the shoulder and helped him get back to his feet. Yes, I'm fine. At least you aren't dead, Toby replied, glancing at his surroundings. Looks like Spiral made it. Indeed, he had. Sasuke could sense a disturbance in the natural chakra around him, the world tree itself dying, a cancer consuming it from within. The roots around them started decaying. They had won. They had. The corpse, Toby hissed, his hold on Sasuke tightening. No blood. Sasuke glanced at the warlord's body, and confirmed that, yes, the wounds didn't shed any blood. In fact, the body's inside looked empty, like a doll. Then, it vanished into smoke. For a few seconds, Sasuke knew absolute, crushing despair, as the terrible truth dawned upon his mind. Shadow clone. They had fought a shadow clone. Sasuke had the confirmation, when a small portal opened a few meters away, an unharmed carbon copy of the warlord stepping out of it, his expression a mix of anger and surprise. On the other side of the portal, Sasuke noticed at least 3 other copies waiting, standing among ashes. This was a nightmare. The warlord snickered. Oh, don't look so surprised. There's like, hundreds of me running around as we speak. How? Toby asked. I punched it in the face, didn't dispel. Yeah, it's such a big design flaw in the shadow clone technique, or should I say, was. The man smirked with gleeful joy that never met his dead emotionless eyes. I spent 3 years trying to correct it, until I could create stabilized clones able to hold more strength. Now, my clones are not only as strong as me, but also just as durable. They're only limited by their finite amount of chakra, but fortunately, a single one of my clones has 5 times more chakra than both of you combined. It's like having a self-renewing army of Kage at my disposal. He observed them with a smug expression. You never wondered why I am called the warlord. It's not because I am a genius tactician or because I led armies. It's because I am an army. I don't need anyone to take what I want. If one single shadow clone was powerful enough to fight the 3 of them to a standstill, the original should have no trouble mopping the floor with them. If it was the original. In all likelihood, it was simply another body double. It doesn't matter, Sasuke decided. They had destroyed the world tree, allowing the Dark Wolf and Naruto to take down the Red Zetsu, crippling his power. They had landed a serious blow to Tikoku, even if they wouldn't live long enough to see it. He allowed himself to smile defiantly. The warlord narrowed his eyes dangerously, and then smiled cruelly in turn. It looks like your friend achieved his objective. Without his big tree, Zetsu is done for. Unfortunately for you, you've overlooked 3 things. He started raising his fingers. First, since Zetsu won't be able to hold this world for long, both of you are now a liability to my war effort. Second, killing my avatar means you've earned a promotion from punching bags to threats. Third, both of the previous two make this world perfect for a test run. Something in his voice sent shivers down Sasuke's spine. The warlord raised his hand, the ring on his finger glowing with a bright light. Shiva, the destroyer, he said calmly. Instantly, the earth itself shook, as the distant relay started glowing. Sasuke sensed chakra build up all around him, a growing disturbance forming in the surrounding senjutsu. The relay accumulated energy for seconds, enough to turn the very air heavy. Then it bursted out in one go, releasing a blinding flash. When Sasuke regained his vision, nothing seemed to have changed. The earth was shaking with increasingly powerful tremors, but the group hadn't been vaporized in fire and ashes. The sky's red, Toby stated looking up, Sasuke following suit. A planet had appeared right above them. He realized his mistake with a closer look. A colossal, planet-sized rift in space had opened, widening with every second. Through the rift, he saw an alternate Earth moving downward toward them, like a gigantic projectile, the quakes increasing in intensity as it grew closer. The entire planet was minutes away from an apocalyptic collision, and there wasn't a damn thing Sasuke could do about it. Wow, it's collapsing even faster than last time, the warlord commented in awe. The prototype just took forever, but now, it'll be over within minutes. What have you done? Sasuke hissed in horror. I overcharged the relay, destroying the frontier between this world and nearest one, putting them on a crash course toward one another, the warlord gloated with cackling glee. The relays are weapons as much as they are troop transports. My pocket dimension. Toby shouted, we need to. Trust me, the power behind this event will wipe out even your pocket dimension, the warlord mocked. I know, I checked. I had to be sure the ultimate weapon was, well, ultimate. Toby ground his teeth, released Sasuke's shoulder, and flew upward toward the incoming asteroid. That's cute, he thinks he can prevent the fall with the Shinra Tensei, the warlord mocked. Not even Kagaya could stop such a mass, especially not one with this momentum. At best he will slow it for a time, until he runs out of chakra or the gravity gets too strong for him. Here goes the whole Zetsu farm. You insane madman. Sasuke snarled, clenching his fist and charging forward. How many people are you gonna kill today? I dunno, 7 billion. The warlord easily dodged, leaving Sasuke's remaining fist to hit a rotting root instead. Wait, do you count women as people? Then I guess it's probably 14 billion. He crossed his arms, moving toward the portal. The best part is, they're going to live long enough to see the crash, waiting powerlessly to do anything about it. Sasuke regained his balance, but the warlord had already stepped back into the portal. Oh, by the way, if you meet Zetsu, would you kindly give him a message? The warlord asked, the portal closing behind him and leaving Sasuke to his death. World domination is never a partnership. The cracks widened, and the distant earth drew closer. Tsukiyomi. He had been gone for 5 minutes, and the planet had gone straight to hell. Standing among the smoking ashes of what had once been Konoha, Madara observed the skies above, his Sharingan working at full capacity, assessing all, calculating every possible contingency. It hadn't taken him long to spot the source of his current problems. A hole in space, as black as the darkest night, had appeared in the sky, no bigger than a small house. The circular gape pierced the very fabric of reality, an otherworldly maw eating the world itself with reckless abandon. The sight brought up memories of the conquest of a Megakure, but he noticed a disturbing difference. The hole Kazama had opened above AIM had been somewhat stable, and had ultimately collapsed upon itself. This one kept growing ever bigger with no sign of control. It was completely uncontrolled. Obito, or rather, the 10 Tails, was desperately trying to seal the growing disturbance, surrounding it with chakra, to no avail. Light, air, moonstones, the black hole consumed indiscriminately, its hunger growing. Madara could feel the pull of its gravity slowly increase. For now it was barely perceptible, but soon it would become strong enough to pull mountains and seas into itself. Madara silently cursed his inactivity. If he had acted sooner, this whole disaster might have been avoided. He had been on the ground when the moon had cracked open, propelling meteors at the earth below. Madara had focused on deflecting or destroying them as they came. Not out of a desire to protect Konoha, as he didn't care about the place, but to protect himself and secure a spot from which he could hit Obito from distance, supporting his student as he engaged the madman in close combat. Then, Obito had thrown a temper tantrum and vaporized the place with a Bijudama. Madara had teleported back into his pocket dimension before the impact, returning when the fires had calmed down. He remained unscathed, but the city hadn't been so lucky. The blast had vaporized bone and building, leaving only a desolate, gray land of cinders behind. Fortunately, he had managed to recover the one thing that mattered here. Madara had feared Obito's infinite Izanagi had wiped this trump card alongside the rest of the old world, but fortunately it appeared even the Ten Tails power couldn't do it. Even more fortunate, it appeared Obito had missed it. Not that it surprised him, few were aware of this treasure's existence, and even fewer of its significance. However, he doubted even this ace in the hole could solve the current situation. The black hole was growing bigger, growing stronger. It would consume their entire universe if left unchecked. As for Obito, if he had any common sense he would flee soon, open a gate with his ring and leave. Most probably he would return to haunt the survivors. Neither event could be allowed. A small, white portal ripped open the fabric of reality not far from Madara, attracting the Uchiha's attention. Menma stepped outside the gate, letting it close behind him. That was close, he panted, almost burned alive. Where were you? Madara asked without sympathy. Could ask you the same question, you bailed out on us, he replied, touching the Tikoku ring on his hand. Shifted into another world right before Obito could kill me with that last blast. If I had regained my senses 1 second later I would be dead. How is the battle going? Madara glanced at the sky, Menma following his gaze and noticing the black hole. He took it quite fine. Holy, is that Obito's doing? No, it is Kazama's. Sort of. Madara suspected more, heavenly influence. I doubt he is even in control. It might destroy the planet if left unchecked. Let it be, Menma replied, glancing at his home city's ruins with bitterness, there is nobody left to save. Not really, a woman's voice interrupted. Madara glanced at its source, a petite, pink-haired adolescent rushing in their direction. Sakura. Menma's eyes widened in relief and surprise. You're alive. Instead of greeting the ninja back, Sakura slapped him. Menma barely bulged, more out of surprise than damage. Madara thought he should feel lucky. The Haruno girl had long mastered the secret of Tsunade Senju's enhanced strength, and could have smashed his head into bloody pulp if she had wished. Yes, I'm alive, Sakura seethed, unable to suppress her anger. You left me alone for 2 years. 2 years. And that's all you have to say. I think I deserved that slap. Damn right you did. Sakura snarled, tears in her eyes. I thought you were dead, you idiot. When I saw you through my window only to watch Konoha burn, I'm sorry, Menma admitted, I'm glad you survived. When I thought you died, I didn't know what to do. I guess we're even then, Sakura replied angrily, but I swear, after we make out of this catastrophe you better have a damn good excuse. How did you survive the attack? Madara asked, interrupting the tearful reunion. The attack vaporized the entire valley. Sakura searched in her ninja bag, bringing out sealed, branded kunai. The Hirishin, Menma shouted in genuine astonishment. You learned the Hirishin. You think I would wait for you doing nothing? Sakura replied. Your father didn't have a son to teach it to anymore, so he taught it to me. And I'm glad he did. I wouldn't have been able to save anyone otherwise. You saved others? Menma asked. My parents. Safe. Minato-sama and I transported as many people as we could outside the village when the meteors started raining. How many people did you transport away before the explosion? Sakura frowned with grim bitterness. Not enough. Madara ignored the rest of the conversation, letting it fade into the background. Instead, he focused on the black hole above. Kazama was the obvious cause, but he apparently couldn't control what was happening. I will stop this black hole before it grows any bigger, the Uchiha declared. What? Menma glanced at him with skepticism. How? I am the world's foremost expert on space-time ninjutsu, Madara replied, slightly annoyed anyone would doubt his abilities. You two will take care of Obito in the meantime. Menma clenched his fists. I can't, he admitted, his tone shameful. He's too strong, my attacks can't even harm him. Even if I did get anything done he would regenerate. There is a way, Madara replied, opening his pocket dimension and causing his ace to materialize in his hands. Here. What's that? Menma asked as he seized the item, a demonic-looking purple mask, representing an awfully familiar monstrous visage. Uzu's heritage, Madara declared, the Shinigami's mask. I'm already wearing a mask, Menma pointed out, I don't see how a wardrobe change is. It has been infused with the essence of the death god itself and can be used to summon it. The dead demon consuming seal is only a pale imitation of this device. Its power is great enough not even Obito's Izanagi could erase it. You wish to defeat him? Then use it. No, no. Sakura grabbed Menma's left arm. If you summon the Shinigami, you will die. I can't let it happen, not when you're finally back. If Obito isn't stopped here, he's going to devastate other worlds just as he demolished this one. Menma replied grimly, he has to be stopped, and it's not like my life is that valuable anyway. Sakura clenched her teeth dangerously, and for a brief instant, Madara wondered if she would slap the Uzumaki again. Menma at least expected it, wincing and cowering, only for Sakura to simply tighten her hold on his arm. Don't say that, she seethed, your life is valuable. I value it, your parents value it, everyone does. If you won't live for yourself, at least you can live for me. Menma fell into silence, causing the Uchiha to shrug. I have made my choice, Madara declared, channeling fire his feet and propelling himself above the ground, make your own quickly. He didn't even look behind him to assert their decision. His attention was entirely focused on the darkness above. Stop, an alien voice said, resonating in his head. Do not interfere. The Uchiha ignored the order and continued his ascension. What are you doing? Madara asked Mikabashi, as he pierced through the clouds. What happened to my student? I am cutting my losses, the deity replied calmly, he has let me in. His body and his very soul are now a conduit to my power, an anchor in this reality. You turned him into the black hole's epicenter, Madara guessed. Yes, its power will grow, and soon it shall consume this entire reality. Matter, energy, time and space will be devoured, then processed. This whole will give birth to a new reality, one in my own image. And Kazama? The answer was obvious, but he wanted confirmation anyway. He will feed my hunger, the deity replied with absolute ruthlessness. His thoughts, his memories, his soul will become part of me. He will endure as part of a greater will. He can still be turned around, Madara pleaded, let him go, and he will eventually serve. He rejected my offers one time too many. Mikabashi paused. I do not understand your stubborn attempt at saving him. You owe him nothing. He is my student. He was a tool, a weapon against Konoha. He has served his purpose. He still is useful in this new form. Madara narrowed his Sharingan. True, he had started out seeing the blonde as a mere tool, a weapon to shape and point at his foes, a stepping stone to use to claim ultimate power. It was the reason he had begun his endless hunt in the first place. But things had changed. He had taken the young shinobi under his wing, taught him his wisdom and techniques. Instead of becoming a puppet master, he had become a mentor, helping Kazama achieve its full potential and become the powerful ninja he should have always been. The former Jinchuriki had become his disciple, and he had a responsibility toward him. No, I am not an ungrateful patron, and I shall compensate you for your loss, Mikabashi continued. The new world I shall create will need a guide. You will rule, Madara Uchiha, as you always wished. You will be allowed to shape my new flock as you see fit. You will gain the respect and adoration your clan should have given you. The offer was sweet, tailored specifically for the ancient Uchiha. The crafty god had studied him well, watched the dark desires of his heart and prepared the perfect hook. What Mikabashi offered was nothing less than absolute power and domination. A fresh world to start again, to build in his image and rule as an immortal being. He could finally create the perfect society he had always dreamed about, one where the gifted was not restrained by the foolish, where those who deserve power would get it. He had been offered his personal dream. All of that would be given, if he abandoned his student to his terrible fate. In the end, the choice was obvious. When offered two paths, if one man acts according to his nature, then the choice was no choice at all. I refuse. Madara was many things, but traitor wasn't one of them. Mikabashi paused for a few seconds, obviously taken aback. Madara never expected to see a god so surprised, but he did. Why? It finally asked. I do not understand. Why do you value him so much? Because. Because he reminded Madara of himself. Because he was strong, driven, loyal. Because they shared an invisible kinship. Madara had realized the truth ever since they had conquered AIM together. He had realized he didn't want Kazama to join him only for his power, but also because he wanted him, personally, standing at his side. He genuinely respected Kazama as a person, and had grown fond of him. In the end, the reason was obvious. Because he is the son I always wished to have, Madara admitted, because I consider him my kin, and I never betray my own. Not even gods could make me do it. Not even you. I see. The voice was as emotionless as ever, yet Madara could sense the disappointment within. Then you will die along with him. Madara's undead heart stopped beating. Madara exhaled in pain and surprise, as he felt Mikabashi's power withdraw from his bones and blood, taking back the unnatural resilience that had granted him his immortality and causing a stroke. Focusing his chakra into his chest, the ancient Uchiha forced his heart to beat again. He knew it was a temporary solution at best, but for the moment, he would live. It was the same thing that had happened to Susanoo, eventually wasting him out. There was still hope. Susanoo had managed to hang on for hours, even while using powerful, chakra-extensive techniques. But Tsukiyomi lacked his peer's Rinnegan and its enhancements. He had no idea how long he would survive. Whatever the case, his time was limited. He'd better spend it wisely. Keeping his course, Madara eventually reached the black hole, letting its gravity pull him inside. Technique Compendium. Wind Release. Air Shroud, A rank. Through manipulation of air itself, the user creates a protective shroud around him. The shroud negates air resistance, increasing tenfold the user's speed at the cost of a tunnel vision, and passively protects the user from toxins in the air. Wood Release. Blackthorn, A rank. The user creates a small forest of enormous vines over which it exert a telepathic control. Wood Release. Death Roses, S rank. The user causes black roses to bloom all around a battlefield, releasing toxic gas in the area to which he is immune. The gas causes death by brain destruction in seconds. Wood Release. Alron Hellroot, A rank. The user creates a small seed, which after hitting a target take root in the victim's flesh, absorbing its chakra at high speed to feed itself. Wood Release. Alron Doomseed, A rank. The user causes the previous seed to implode, releasing the absorbed chakra in a surprise explosion. Lightning Release. Dance of Thunder, A rank. Summons lightning bolts. Lightning Release. Raijin no Jutsu, S rank. Through suffusing the air with lightning-affiliated chakra, the user turns the battlefield into an extension of his own chakra network. The field automatically targets any living being that isn't its user within it with thunderbolts, and prevents attempts at altering the field. Karna. The Godly Armor, S rank. User creates a barrier of chakra over his skin, acting as an armor. The armor self-renews and is designed to block any incoming trauma. Arjuna. The Thousand Arrows, A rank. User targets the entire battlefield with 1,000 arrows made of chakra. Rikshasa. The Fearful Phantasm, S rank. A torture genjutsu causing the victim to feel flayed alive by demonic apparitions. Originally created by Yamanaka for forceful interrogation, the genjutsu is impossible to dispel through conventional means. Kali. The Hand of Death, A rank. The user gathers chakra in his hands, briefly increasing his strength tenfold. Upon contact, the chakra is released, causing physical trauma to those in contact with it. Indra. The Crimson Lightning, A rank. A torture-based ninjutsu inflaming the victim's pain receptors through electric stimulation. Vritra. The Drought, S rank. The user focus and forcefully absorbs all chakra within a short radius of his body. Techniques of lesser power are cancelled and absorbed as well. Mitra. The Final Light, S rank. After gathering chakra through the Vritra, the user releases it all in the shape of a powerful flare of fire and light, devastating a small area. Vayu. The Furious Wind, A rank. Through wind manipulation, the user traps the victim within a sphere of wind, whose inside is then subjected to violent turbulence tearing him/her apart. Wood Release. Mokuden Punch, A rank. The user produces a vicious, steel-hard spike while punching a foe, perforating their head. Avatar. The Projection, S rank. A superior, ameliorated version of the Shadow Clone technique. The clones created by this technique can resist physical trauma and only dispel upon death, making them as durable as their original. Shiva. The Destroyer, rank impossible to class through conventional classification, the ultimate Kinjutsu. Drawing into the natural energy of an entire world through a massive structure called a relay, the user savages the invisible frontier between worlds, causing two worlds to collapse against one another. The process once started as unstoppable and irreversible, causing the world to end in minutes. Kazama Original Anti-Hero Naruto Female. Naruto Kitsune Monk were Fox Naruto Chibaku Puppeteer. Naruto Sasuke Uchiha Femme. Haku Yugito ni Izanami Femme. Tobi Dark Wolf Samurai. Naruto Karasu Uchiha. Naruto Rinnegan. Conan Atlas Normal Naruto Tobi Good Obito Spiral Good Zetsu. Villains: Tsukiyomi Madara Uchiha Tikoku Interworld Akatsuki Obito Uchiha Tikoku Obito The Red Zetsu, the warlord villainous Naruto Uzumaki Orochimaru, an Orochimaru who successfully possessed Sasuke Kabuto. Chapter 55. Armageddon Part 3. A three-way sword battle was underway, on a hill of blades. Wielding Kakashi's sword, Yugito parried her foe's rapier with extreme difficulty. Although she had been trained in swordsmanship during her career in Kumo, she still wasn't fully used to this weapon and it showed. Haku fared better, using a sword of ice of her own creation with greater grace and skill than her friend. Yet, while fighting 2-on-1, they barely managed to hold their own against their enemy's relentless assault. Thrusts, swings, feints, it was like fighting a whirlwind. Meanwhile, Kitsune stood on his four legs, firmly anchored to the earth a few meters away from the melee. He had fused with the Samahata and turned into his dragon form, yet remained still, seemingly trying to focus. Yugito wondered what he was doing, but guessed he needed to focus for whatever technique he was using. Not that their foe might leave him that time in the first place. When Yugito had heard Tikoku's Kabuto practice the Edo Tensai on a mass scale, she had expected to fight another Madara Uchiha. Behind the Sage of the Six Paths, and an equal to the Shodai Hokage, Madara was probably the most powerful fighter in the history of ninja, and his remains could be obtained more easily than the previous two. Unfortunately, Kabuto hadn't summoned just any Madara Uchiha. He had summoned Amaterasu. Not the Amaterasu that died fighting Zabuza. Yugito had been told he had crumbled to dust and left no DNA after his defeat. This one was probably an alternate version, so close to the one she was familiar with it made little difference. The one-eyed masked man wielded his blade with the peerless skill only a century-old immortal could possess. Even fighting 2-on-1, all Yugito and Haku could do was be on the defensive as their enemy slowly pushed them back. In the end, even holding out was a victory in itself. Time Amaterasu spent trying to beat them was time he couldn't spend to finish building the relay and bring the rest of Tikoku's armies into this world. At least, she thought so until she noticed Kabuto sitting on the relay. The Tikoku member watched the battle, his hands joined in a thoughtful stance. His piercing eyes observed everything, like a hawk observing future prey. Yugito could almost see the gears moving in the man's brain as he contemplated and formulated strategies. "Oh, don't mind me," the stoic ninja told Yugito apologetically, "I am simply enjoying the show. Focus on the battle, you will need it." He was proved right seconds later, as Amaterasu summoned the arms of his Susanoo and attempted to smash both fighters. While Haku fabricated an ice shield, Yugito was forced to dodge, only for Amaterasu to close the gap and barely miss her throat with his weapon, lightly grazing her shoulder instead. Without wasting any time, Amaterasu rotated on himself and hit Yugito with a violent roundhouse kick. Using her arms as a buffer, Yugito was thrown back 2 meters back by the blow. It was like fighting Mifune all over again, but worse, as Amaterasu incorporated ninjutsu with his close combat. Black fire erupted next to Yugito, forcing her to stay on the move to avoid catching a flame. Haku went on the offensive, launching arrow-fast stalactites at the Uchiha. The undead dodged by observing the attack with his Sharingan and sidestepping, summoning another rain of blades a moment later. Haku parried with her own sword, but new cracks appeared on the ice with each blade stopped. He doesn't let projectiles phase through him, Yugito noted. He actively dodges them. This one does not have Mikabashi's blessing, the Nibi commented, he doesn't turn intangible because he can't. The earth trembled, and Yugito glanced at the epicenter. Kitsune's dragon form was now surrounded by a shroud of golden chakra. Extremely inventive, Kabuto commented, while his undead thrall was occupied engaging Haku in another sword duel, using the Samahata as a receptor to passively gather natural chakra and enter Sage mode. Interesting. However, there is not enough natural chakra in this city to maintain a Sage Mode state, no matter how talented you are. Sage Mode, yes, that is what I hope to master at first, Kitsune noted, his body doubling in size. That is what? Kabuto asked, with a bored expression. Until I discovered a step beyond it. Kitsune's chakra exploded, as his body changed. His dragon body grew covered in golden scales, and a long, sinuous horn grew between his eyes. The earth itself trembled under the pressure. Suddenly, the ground opened right beneath Amaterasu, causing the Uchiha to fall into a chasm and giving enough time for Haku to fall back. The undead Madara immediately summoned his Susanoo, using its arms to lift himself out of the trap. This is my mountain sage mode, Kitsune declared. Dragon Stream. The wind suddenly swirled right around Amaterasu, before turning into a miniature tornado and trapping him within it. Lightning bolts fell from the skies and hit the raging Uchiha, who kept regenerating perpetually. I see, Kabuto declared, as if reaching an eureka moment. Instead of blending natural chakra with yours, you do the opposite, fusing your chakra with the surrounding natural chakra and redirecting it as you wish. But such power, are you tapping directly into the tectonic plates? A creepy smile formed on his face. Fascinating. I can control the entire area, Kitsune confirmed, its weather, its geology, its flora. As long as you stay still and remain anchored to the earth, Kabuto guessed, if you move, you would no longer be aligned with the planet's ley lines below and lose control. Kitsune's displeased silence told Yugito that Kabuto had nailed it. Even if Kitsune could keep this dragon stream up forever, it wouldn't change the fact Edo Tensei made Madara downright indestructible. Yugito could see the man's trapped soul inside his body, forced to remain on Earth and unable to move on. Without a seal to capture Madara, something that they didn't have, then they wouldn't be able to defeat him. And while currently content to observe, Kabuto might join the melee at any moment. Suddenly, an idea formed in the Jinchuriki's mind. A risky, perhaps insane one, but, if my soul vision can see his trapped soul, Yugito thought, perhaps it could help sever its anchor to this world. Oh, I see. If you could hit right at the anchor binding him into this state, still, kitten, he would have to be immobilized for that. Which in itself would be a terrible challenge. Kitsune, keep him nailed, Yugito ordered, wielding her blade and charging forward. Haku, distract him. I might be able to stop his regeneration if I get close enough. Both Kunoichi circled the tornado, only for Amaterasu to roar and unleash his chakra, dispelling the tornado. Fourth gate, Madara snarled in an agonized voice, a shining cloud of chakra surrounding him. Open. Kitsune altered the ground beneath Amaterasu, turning it into a small pit of lava, while Haku sent a powerful dragon of ice at her foe at the same time. Fifth gate open. Amaterasu roared, a thick bubble of chakra surrounding him and pushing both the ice and lava back. While obviously suffering from the heat, the undead's regeneration let him keep powering up undisturbed. Yugito-san, my attacks can't pierce his chakra cloak. Kitsune warned. This technique, Haku shuddered, memories flooding her brain. This is the technique Amaterasu used to destroy the Kyuubi in the Land of Waves. Yugito had no idea what she was talking about, but realized stopping the Uchiha right now was imperative. Gathering chakra, Yugito entered her full-tailed beast mode. Sixth gate. Plasma, Yugito inhaled, before unleashing her attack, breath. Amaterasu didn't budge, as the enormous, ionized beam hit him head-on. Instead of being vaporized, however, he charged forward, a comet of red chakra diving through it. He's driving through the blast. Yugito realized in horror, as the red comet grew closer with each passing second. He's beating the beam back. Matabi shuddered. Kitten, get away. Amaterasu jumped out of the beam and right in front of the transformed Jinchuriki, his left punch raised and swirling with chakra so intense, so bright, Yugito could barely look at it. Senjutsu. Diamond Shield. Kitsune shouted, a black crystal wall springing from the earth itself and separating both fighters. Amaterasu punched it with all his might, shattering it utterly. The mere shockwave knocked Yugito out of her tailed beast mode, returning her to normal. The entire area collapsed into a crater covered with dust. The relay collapsed to the side, forcing Kabuto leap away. Thrown to her back, Yugito attempted to recover her senses, in spite of the concussion she was now dealing with. Amaterasu reappeared right in front of her, a rapier raised right above her head. Yugito saw her life flash before her eyes, as the Uchiha prepared to impale her through the skull. only for Haku, wielding Zabuza's sword, to impale him from behind and pin him to the ground. At the same time, strong vines, courtesy of Kitsune, erupted from the ground and chained the Uchiha in place. Now! Haku shouted, as the undead struggled to free himself. Seizing the opportunity, Yugito raised her sword and let her chakra flow through it. Using her soul vision to see the man's chained soul in the carcass, the Jinchuriki cut through the undead's corpse, hitting the soul directly. The undead screamed in pain, as the hit separated his soul from his body before suddenly slumping over limply. The walking corpse started disintegrating on the spot. "Thank you," the undead Madara said with his last words, before crumbling to dust, revealing only a nameless ninja in its place, the person Kabuto had sacrificed to bring Madara back to life. "I guess a soul can be cut," Yugito panted. Kabuto, standing on the ruins of the relay, seemed at loss of words. He stared at Yugito blankly, his mouth wide open, completely unable to decipher what just happened. "How did you?" he trailed, before closing his mouth. What? How did you do that?" Suddenly, the mad scientist regained his usual, thoughtful expression. The mood swing was so sudden it was almost disturbing. "It doesn't matter," Kabuto noted, "you destroyed my ace. Perhaps permanently. The relay is gone. I suppose I have no more to do here." "Come down," Yugito said, rising back to her feet. Haku, still wielding Zabuza's sword, stood next to her. "Let's finish this. I will have to decline sadly," Kabuto noted, "that creation of mine was stronger than me. Fighting you would not change that. Unfortunately, I am not yet fully convinced you have what it takes to beat him." He shrugged, conjuring a portal and stepping through it. "Still, enjoy your victory. You deserve that much at least," he said, as the portal closed. "I will be watching." Yugito watched him go unmolested. Truth to be told, she wasn't sure they could have taken him on with the wounds and fatigue of the previous fight. Besides, they had succeeded in their mission, destroying the relay, even if they hadn't been the one to do it technically. Yugito focused back on her teammates. Kitsune remained firmly anchored where he was, turning the ground beneath the relay into lava and sinking the device in it. Haku, meanwhile, swung Zabuza's weapon two-handedly with a tenuous but careful grip. "You took it from the field of blades," the Nibi Jinchuriki guessed. "When I saw it, I thought it might be Zabuza-sama's ghost watching over me," Haku said. "I hope to honor his blade." Yugito nodded, her eyes moving toward the city. The fires hadn't been extinguished, and the sounds of fighting still resonated. The battle still raged on. The feral gale. Inari had risen back to his feet, just in time to see the horrible event from afar. In one bloody move, Orochimaru's fingers ripped Karasu's eye out of its eye socket, causing the Uchiha to scream in pain as blood flowed from the wound. With a careless flex of his fist, Orochimaru crushed the Sharingan within his hand, a satisfied, cruel expression over his face. Locking eyes with the feral gale, the Sannin smiled deviously, raised his kusanagi, and impaled Karasu's chest once more, taking obvious pleasure in his victim's deathly rattles. The terrible sight brought back the feral gale memories, and the picture of one of his foes doing the same to Neji, holding the broken Hyuga in the air by his head with a thumb in his eye socket. Except this time, there wasn't a convenient medic in a mile to patch him up, or two squads of Anbu nearby that had been attempting to stop an international incident before it happened. The fact Inari hadn't been able to prevent this frustrated him. No, frustrated wasn't strong enough. He was pissed. He cursed Orochimaru's seal on his stomach. Had it not prevented him from using his full powers, at this moment, Inari felt incensed at Orochimaru. The man had annoyed him before, but they were simply enemies on opposing sides. Today, not only had he slaughtered thousands, he had mutilated a personal friend just for kicks. Even the resurrected cage that killed Anko had the weak excuse of Edo Tensei forcing him to behave. Orochimaru had done what few others had. He had made it personal. As Orochimaru removed his blade from Karasu's chest, leaving the Uchiha to bleed to death, he focused back on the feral gale, rolling his shoulders. "Your Cyclops friend is done for," he mocked. "Your turn." He knew the insult was simply an attempt at getting under his skin. But his nerves might as well have been dead to the world at that time, as were his emotions. He wasn't that immature little shit from before, running headfirst into problems when angered without thinking at all. That brat died the day he had to beg a god to save his world. Facts ran through his mind. Points for him. Orochimaru had wasted a lot of his chakra, and reinforcements were on the way. Points for Orochimaru. His left arm was broken, his hand limp and useless for taijutsu, he had lost his teammate, the seal kept him on short reserves, and he had no idea when those reinforcements would arrive. Not really the best of odds. Then again, this wasn't the first time he had been stuck in a situation like this. His teacher was an asshole that way. Ignoring the jab, Inari focused on Orochimaru's leg. Why didn't his attack cut it? It could cut through steel and harder metals with ease. With the right technique and enough power, he could even go through small villages literally. Orochimaru noticed his gaze, and happily explained himself. The Sharingan was not the only reason I wished for an Uchiha body, he declared, their potent chakra descends directly from the Sage of the Six Paths. Like the Senju, they are granted enormous vitality. As you can see, it allowed me to make improvements. I implanted some of the Kagaya clan's bones into my body, each of them with the density and hardness of steel, made even stronger with chakra. And then, I added this. The air around them grew even more oppressive, as black spots appeared on the Sannin's skin. A foul chakra manifested around Orochimaru, increasing his killing intent to nearly unbearable levels. The spots covered the Sannin entire body, changing him, twisting him. The curse seal. Of course he would have a curse seal. He wondered how it could even work though. It processed natural chakra to function, and this area was nearly depleted of it. How could it grant Orochimaru such reserves? Unless he charged it before entering this world, Inari realized, he's working on a large, but finite amount of extra chakra. His curse seal couldn't replenish itself by drawing extra outside natural chakra. It was a nothing more than a non-renewable battery in this world. Meaning Inari still had a chance of outlasting Orochimaru if he fought sparingly and if the latter wasted the curse seal's reserves. The transformation finished, Orochimaru stepped over Karasu's body and walked forward. Now more reptilian than man, Orochimaru had lost all his hair as white scales had grown all over his body. A powerful tail the length of the rest of his body had grown out of lower back. The monstrous reptile smirked, revealing venomous, viper fangs. Did you think I wouldn't guess your pathetic stalling strategy? Orochimaru growled as he slowly made his advance, his voice radiating with cold fury. Facing me with reduced numbers, destroying my ring, fighting defensively, goading me into spending my chakra. You are trying to weaken me so your allies can finish me off. Unfortunately for you, as you can see, I can still fight for some time. Time that you, with no Kyuubi, Sage Mode, Advanced Wind Techniques, and one arm, do not have. He snorted smugly. You can't even use jutsu in your state. Unfortunately for you, the feral Gale replied with dreadful calm, completely unfazed by the man's declaration, there are some things you failed to consider. Oh, and what could possibly make any difference? An instant later he had to jump to the side as a massive paper-thin blade of wind tore through where he was, the street, and everything in a straight line. Moments later Orochimaru's eyes widened as he felt the air he and the boy had been fighting over had been ripped from his grasp. His lightning was snuffed out and the atmosphere growing saturated with malicious intent. Inari's impassive face didn't change as he held up his injured arm to reveal a claw of blue chakra enveloping his marred limb, embracing it, stabilizing it, and with a painfully loud snap and pop, setting it back to its normal position. Despite his outer appearance though, all that saw him were given the impression of an oncoming storm reaching its peak, consisting of raging winds and black clouds. In fact, the wind in the area had begun to pick up quite quickly and harshly, kicking up dust from the mountains of debris that littered the beaten and battered city. Scratches randomly tore at whatever was there whenever a gust caressed solid material. The air pressure seemed to rapidly change wildly as if the sky itself didn't seem to know what was supposed to be the norm. Orochimaru's ears and eyes were frequently being pushed in and out to extremes until he managed to use his chakra to figure out a way to balance it all. With all his senses occupied by the barrage of new sensations, Orochimaru completely failed to notice a shadow clone of Inari sneak behind him, grab Karasu's body, and make a run for it. The storm intensified its malicious weight. The sky is mine. I did not suffer years of being a toy at the hands of a god to have my territory taken away by a clueless upstart like you. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise, as dozens if not hundreds of spears and blades of wind instantly manifested out of thin air all around him, already descending upon him like scissors from every direction at once. You think you can outmatch me, the perfect being? Orochimaru boasted, dodging the attacks with relative difficulty, resulting in his enhanced skin and clothes being cut up as easily as the landscape around him. My superior mind, associated with the strongest body, combined into the ultimate warrior. How can a lowlife such as you even believe can match me without aid? I have killed the Sandame, the Five Cage, Pain, and so many, many more. Perfection is overrated. As expected, Orochimaru was dodging the attack exactly like he dodged his previous attacks earlier in the fight. He wasn't dodging naturally, only relying on filtered reactions. Orochimaru had memorized movements with his Sharingan, relying on this data to avoid strikes, and in so, leaving himself open for improvised, out-of-the-box assaults. Such as the tremendous blast of air coming out of nowhere that smashed right into him. As powerful as it was though, the snake's transformation did more than just change his appearance. Instead of being obliterated or being sent to the other side of the city, Orochimaru merely skidded 100 meters back. Most of his clothes were torn apart and cuts littering every inch of flesh. The Sannin sneered as his skin quickly began to heal itself almost instantly, more annoyed about being hit than the damage that had been dealt. He did not know what the boy had done to obtain this new well of power, but it was quickly irritating him. By all means, the fool should be an easy target by now. The only reason you are threat is because of your Biju. You are simply a leech, a failure that needs to drain the power of a truly powerful being to appear important. You are nothing but a parasite. Really, you figured out one of my greatest techniques from secondhand information and that's all you managed put together about me. Inari's dead-even voice echoed from every direction at once. How boring. Foo, the snake hummed while dodging more of the perpetual attacks assaulting him. He could tell from the seal on the child where he was exactly, however he was inside the third story of a destroyed building and thus technically out of sight. Because he was focused on defending himself, there was little he could do to pursue the annoyance. He was so engrossed by the activity he was unable to react to another spontaneous and tremendous grinding blast of air that hammered into him, courtesy of a hidden shadow clone, blasting him into a nearby building. You're too easy to read, Inari continued to whisper ominously from nearly every direction, as if he was more a spirit than a person controlling the wind. Allow me to make an educated guess on your life. You were excessively praised as a child for being a genius. Everything came easily for you. Your first major failure came from your parents' deaths. How dare their incompetence hold someone like you back? But, you quickly found solace in your teacher, the third Hokage. Must have been quite a trip to constantly be praised by such a strong and important man. Intoxicating even. Nonsense, Orochimaru hissed as he pulled himself from the rubble. I will make your death long and painful, boy. But it didn't last, did it? You being the center of attention. The admiration. The envy of others. The benefits. Tsunade was a senju and a medical genius, taking away some of your beloved attention. So you decided to try your hand at what she did to show her up. No, that's not right. You stole her notes and research. You didn't see much merit to focusing so much time in medical ninjutsu, but biological experimentation using her notes as a base, that yielded results so much faster with less effort, a wait-and-see approach with little effort and even fewer repercussions so long as you experimented on your enemies on the battlefield. No one ever cares about the enemy. Surely people would praise your accomplishments in poisons and drugs more than her saving lives, Inari taunted relentlessly. The snake paused a step, trying to focus back on the boy's seal and pinpoint his location once more. And then there was Jiraiya, the fool. You didn't think much when he got his summoning contract. You and Tsunade got some of your own eventually, but he was a sage. He could do something even your sensei wasn't capable of. And then he progressed in the sealing arts. Then there was also his growing closer to dear old sensei. Well, it doesn't take much to see the reason behind your studies for the curse seal and growing hatred of the man that you were obsessed with earning approval from. To have the idiot surpass you so much in something so big like sage arts, it must have been infuriating. Especially when you failed. Between the sage and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, there wasn't any real high-level political position for the genius orphan from a nameless family that made everyone feel uncomfortable. Cast to the side like yesterday's news. Irrelevant, pointless, useless, unless of course, you became Hokage, but we all know how that turned out. The genius, handsome, younger, less experienced, charismatic man from another nameless family trained by the fool himself, got the position instead of you. To have the man you were so enamored with, so obsessed with receiving praise from shut you down like that, oh how maddening it must have been. You know nothing. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and tried to call another Kirin from the skies and annihilate where the boy was hiding, only to be forced to dodge another onslaught of multidirectional gouts of wind. No matter, when I kill you I will turn you into a mindless slave with the Edo Tensei, only useful to sing my praise. You are an unimaginative bore obsessed with what others had, Inari continued, your wood-style experiments. When you started to compare yourself to the first Hokage and yearn for his power. Edo Tensei. The second Hokage. Your lightning techniques. Sasuke made them. The Sharingan. That only came to mind after you remembered about Madara being Hashirama's rival, and by then you were already banished from Konoha. More so when Itachi thrashed you with ease. It was only a consolation prize at best. Sasuke's body was also just a settlement since you couldn't get Itachi. Much less pain. I killed Itachi. And pain. And soon you will join them. I am superior to everyone in every way. The snake roared maliciously as he spiked his chakra to blast away the assaulting wind and unleashed a series of lightning techniques to destroy the building the boy was hiding in, alongside the entire surrounding area and preparing to call down another Kirin. They didn't even make it halfway to their targets before they veered drastically off course and shot off harmlessly into the sky. You, ultimate being. Inari scoffed. Perfection. How amusing. You just stole what great people made from scratch and twisted everything to fit your image. Even now you steal from others whenever you see fit. What sort of perfect being requires having to do such meaningless things? You are completely incapable of doing anything under your own merit from scratch. I doubt you've had an original idea in decades. The feral Gale let out a final taunt, with a predatory tone. Who would have thought that the big bad Orochimaru was nothing more than a coward with an inferiority complex and insecurity issues? Orochimaru visibly had enough. The Yamada no Orochi manifested once more in its full glory with all heads crying to the sky. The mountains of debris that had been near the epicenter of its manifestation were crushed at once and scattered in every direction, as its neck thrashed in every direction to destroy the annoyance. Half of them spewed out black flames, further wrecking the area in their efforts. Moving out of his hideout before he could burn to death within it, Inari exploited the debris to move undetected and unharmed. Unfortunately, Orochimaru located him due to the seal on his stomach, launching his heads in his direction. Barely dodging by leaping above them, Inari opened his palm and hit the modified Susanoo as the first cavernous maw barely missed him. Sky style. Atlas. At once all 8 heads slammed to the earth, unable to bear the tremendous weight that had been forced onto their entire being from the mass in the sky above. Cracking sounds echoed through the area as the enormous chakra armor collapsed on itself. Enough. Orochimaru snarled as he ripped himself from his crippled chakra body, unimpeded by his technique's collapse. He rushed toward Inari, sword in hand as they both hit the ground. I've had enough of you. Forming wind blades with his arms, Inari parried the strike, although he was pushed back by his foe's onslaught. Everything you did, others did it better, the smaller of the two persisted with a smile. Reproducing the Mokuden. Toby didn't have to kill 50 babies to get results. Learning all techniques. The Sandaime did it, and he didn't need the Sharingan to do so. Destroying Konoha. Pain nuked it. Alone, you deserve the nickname copycat more than Kakashi does. Will you shut up? Orochimaru snarled, forcing the boy back several meters with the blade in his left hand. Instantly, he formed a lightning spear in his right and attempted to impale the feral Gale's chest with it with a wild throw before the latter could recover. I kill you. Inari lowered himself, dodging the blow, and using the Shunshin to put some space between them. Gathering most of his remaining chakra in a Rasengan, mixing it with wind chakra around him at an insane speed. He launched the projectile. Rasenshuriken. The resulting explosion shook the entire land, the powerful technique vaporizing the madman into ashes. As dust settled down, the feral Gale allowed himself to breathe out in relief. For a second, he had thought the man would have shed his body and survived the technique, but Wait. Orochimaru didn't shed his body. Nor did he dodge. In spite of his enormous speed and Sharingan, he still nailed the guy dead on with his attack instead of catching him in the explosion. It was too easy. It was. The air around him moved in a way that didn't match his other senses. Inari snapped out of the genjutsu, just as Orochimaru's lightning spear was within an inch of his heart. He barely had the time to step backward, avoiding a lethal blow. The Sannin's eyebrows twitched, obviously infuriated his foe had managed to escape his illusion. Fucking hypnosis illusions. For his part, Inari was just as angered. He hadn't expected his enemy to be skilled enough to trap him in a genjutsu at close range with the chakra in the air running interference, a mistake that had nearly cost him his life. Remembering Guy's advice about fighting the Sharingan, Inari decided to focus on his foe's legs and arms, doing his best to avoid his gaze. The feral Gale backflipped on his good hand, not trusting the other by this point, putting distance between himself and his foe. Orochimaru retaliated by unleashing a volley of fireballs in his direction, while the Raijin field momentarily reactivated, bombarding him with random thunderbolts. He used most of his dwindling chakra to once more shut down the Raijin field. Even with his unreal stamina, the Uzumaki was getting tired, while his enemy seemed only barely winded. He guessed those who fought him in the past probably felt the same after a certain point. Knowing that his opponent was watching, the blonde gritted his teeth and forced his limbs to make 12 seals in rapid succession, as the fire and lightning techniques converged on him. Wind release. War scars. Take the bait, you plagiarizing smug bastard. Unlike the attack that assaulted Orochimaru before that only focused around his initial position, this technique produced countless thin blades of wind that assaulted nearly every square inch in the entire battlefield simultaneously. The attacks that came after him were shredded and destabilized relentlessly. Orochimaru, meanwhile, deflected the attacks by creating a shield of swirling wind around himself. Inari didn't miss the fact that his opponent was on the last seal of his own technique. An interesting move, but rather unimpressive for a last one. Orochimaru grinned smugly. Wind release. War scars. Inari didn't even blink as the snake was ravaged by his own technique. His bones unfortunately weren't cut through, however everything else was thoroughly mulched. And that's why the Uchiha never got into the habit of copying every damn jutsu that they saw in a fight. Unless the user was properly trained and had his air-controlling technique up, War Scars was nothing more than a particularly gruesome suicide move instead of a mass assassination technique. Another particularly cruel joke he had to deal with when being taught from his sadistic teacher who had eagerly watched him screw up the first time. A loud crack was heard as Orochimaru's mouth has yanked open and a fresh body launched out of the marred old one, rushing straight at the teen. His hands were glowing white with lightning and his eyes red with rage. Inari got ready to move again as he prepared for the next attack. Thump thump. UK. He grabbed his chest in pain and reflexively coughed out an unhealthy amount of blood. Damn it. Not now, he snarled, as coldness filled his body. There was a reason why he had managed to put up a better fight after Karasu had left. Inari had abandoned the notion of drawing out the fight for as long as possible and had been pulling out as many stops as he could in his condition. It was the only way he could have managed to distract the snake long enough to get Karasu out of the way without being noticed. While he had done a good job of fighting back, and the taunting had bought some time, it came at the cost of expending the chakra that he had left to regain control over the air and use a few costly techniques. Now he paid the price. For the first time in his entire life, Naruto Uzumaki had run out of chakra. The Sannin, on the other hand, smirked sadistically with glee as he realized what was happening. Oh ho, he noted, his rage replaced with smugness. Finally. So you've finally reached your limit. I must say, I am impressed. I've never expected anyone to last so long fighting so hard with it on. Bet you say that to all the cute little boys you screw over. Inari let out a final, petty taunt as he backed up slowly, hands still clutching his bleeding chest and breathing haggardly. Say what you want, boy. In the end, I am the victor. Orochimaru closed in rapidly, preparing to ram a Chidori through Inari's chest. Die. He had done his job, weakening the man enough for the others to finish him off, but he wouldn't live long enough to see it. He had tricked, if not outright forced Orochimaru into wasting a lot of his remaining reserves, but the man had outlasted him. He wouldn't be fast enough to dodge in time. Then the sound of an impact resonated through the area. A red hole had opened on Orochimaru's throat, piercing his fleshy scales and spilling blood. The Sannin choked in surprise, his attack temporarily interrupted. Inari immediately exploited the situation, regaining strength to jump backward and widen the gap between them. Another shot resonated, hitting Orochimaru's stomach. Realizing what was happening, the Sannin backflipped, staying on the move as his wounds started closing. Sorry for the delay. Atlas' voice resonated out of the radio in Inari's pocket, had to find a building still standing to snipe him properly. He reinforced his bones with a Kagaya's DNA, Inari warned as he pressed a button on the communication device, spitting out more blood in the process. Informing his backup of the enemy's abilities was more important than his health at the moment. You won't kill him if you keep targeting the skull. Not with normal rounds. I didn't really expect it to work anyway. I was just distracting him. For what? For this. An orange missile hit Orochimaru at lightning speed, sending him crash 5 meters away in a loud boom. Where the Sannin used to be, stood a humanoid machine, entirely painted orange. A near-perfect copy of Naruto himself, the android was however obviously metallic in design, its clothes and skin composed of painted alloy. The headband lacked any symbol, instead showing random numbers, and the machine carried 3 scrolls on his back. The amazing Mecha Naruto, Chibaku announced proudly while posing eccentrically, ready to engage. Inari didn't know whether to cry in relief, or groan at the naming choice. This was probably how his friends back home felt whenever he acted out during important events. Sorry about being so late, Chibaku said, didn't finish everything, truth to be told. What's the situation? You look like shit. I'm nearly out of chakra and the seal's making the situation worse, the feral Gale grunted, not bothering to mention that his vision was starting to get blurry and his lungs were filling with blood. Karasu is bleeding to death. I hid him a few blocks back underground with a shadow clone dressing his wounds as best it can, but... The feral Gale gritted his teeth. With Karasu's Kyuubi sealed by the Sharingan, the situation was bound to worsen. Chibaku nodded, before grabbing one of the scrolls on his back and opening it. Do your legs still work? He asked. Yeah, I think, the feral Gale said, but I don't think I have the chakra to run anywhere that can help me before I keel over. I'll take care of that, Chibaku cut in while activating his scroll and tossing it away. A perfect replica of Sasori's puppet body manifested right in front of the puppeteer, whose shoulders opened. Dozens of chakra strings manifested out of them, half of them taking over the puppet, while the rest attached themselves to the feral Gale's limbs. I will shred you apart, brats. Orochimaru roared from where he had landed, making the signs of the summoning jutsu even as Atlas, bullets kept hammering him. Summoning. Viper Den. He shouted while slamming his palms to the ground. Thousands, perhaps millions of small white snakes materialized into a furious tidal wave, surging forward. Chibaku watched this undeterred, joining his palms. Inari, he declared, wind chakra. The feral Gale rose a skeptical eyebrow as he sensed a surge of chakra enter his body, Chibaku granting him his own through the strings. Obeying, he infused it with his wind affinity, yet before he could do anything with the power, the strings drained him, returning the chakra to the puppeteer much to his confusion. Scorch release, Chibaku declared, pointing his opened palms at the reptile army, desert theater. The hands shone brightly, releasing a heat wave toward the reptiles, drying them instantly. The animals fell into desecrated husks, then ashes, as all water and humidity in their body and the surrounding air was sucked out. The feral Gale watched the spectacle with a mix of awe and incomprehension. Scorch release was a Kekai Genkei, so how could he use one? The solution suddenly hit the ninja like a brick wall. Outsourcing. Without a genetic predisposition, one couldn't infuse chakra with 2 elements at once, but the puppeteer had found a loophole. Through the strings, Chibaku, Inari, and the Sasori puppet had become a network. Chibaku provided the chakra and the system, while the others infused the power circulating through them with a specific affinity. The feral Gale guessed the Sasori puppet's internal furnace provided the fire affinity. Then, the element-charged chakra was returned to Chibaku, who could then mix it. Kekai Genkei, Orochimaru hissed, you. Yes, Chibaku gloated, I, Naruto Uzumaki, have found a way to artificially replicate bloodline limits. In short, someone succeeded where you failed. Again. The feral Gale noted, adding salt on Orochimaru's wounds. You little, Orochimaru growled, forming hand signs with his fingers shaking his rage. I will. He choked blood, interrupting the hand seal sequence. The Sannin put his palms against his chest, as if fighting against a stroke. Ahhhhh. He rattled, falling to his knees, as more blood flowed out of his scaly nose, ears, and mouth. What? That's not my fault, Chibaku admitted with mild confusion. The bullets I used are special, Atlas said through the radio. When they enter Orochimaru's body, they explode into shrapnel dispersing through his flesh and bloodstream. His healing factor is furiously trying to fight the internal bleeding as we speak, wasting even more chakra along the way. Oh yeah, I've heard of those. Inari observed the snake's agony with some satisfaction. That's pretty cruel. I like it. Thanks. I've wanted to get them out of storage for a long time. A few seconds later, Orochimaru's body changed, losing its scales and tail and slowly returning to his original form. Inari felt some relief, seeing all of his team's efforts finally paying off. Weakened by his fight, the internal bleeding, and the cost of his own techniques, Orochimaru had finally ran out of chakra. It's over, Chibaku stated factually, once again joining his palms. Inari, can you do earth? I will do wind myself this time. No problem, the feral Gale happily complied, infusing the sudden influx of chakra with his secondary affinity. Turning to the enemy, he put on his most innocent smile and waved his hand like a child to a person going away on a trip, just to rub their victory to the Sannin's face one last time. Bye. Orochimaru could only send them a venomous, hateful glare, as a translucent small pyramidal projectile materialized inside Chibaku's hands. Dust release, the puppeteer shouted, propelling the projectile at the defeated Sannin, the atomic final. Yumo, Orochimaru couldn't finish his last curse, as the projectile hit him in the chest. The resulting flash forced Inari to close his eyes, as most of the area was instantly vaporized. There wasn't any smoke, nor heat or sound. Orochimaru and his surroundings were simply vaporized down to the molecular level. When he opened his eyes again, a cistern-sized hole in the street was all that remained of the Sannin. Is he dead? Atlas asked through the radio. If that didn't kill him, nothing will. Inari closed his eyes, his seventh sense scanning the area. Yeah, we got him, he breathed in relief. I would do a victory dance if I wasn't so bloody tired. His relief was suddenly ruined, as a surge of memory rushed through his brain. What? Chibaku asked, noticing Inari's face become stone-like. The clone I left with Karasu dispelled, he replied with a panicked voice. His heart has been lightly scratched by Orochimaru's blade, and if we don't take him to a medic right now. Chibaku's metallic eyes narrowed in worry, before suddenly rising. The feral Gale understood why. A portal materialized not far away from them, ripping space itself in two. A woman wearing Suna's headband and clad in cage garbs exited it, followed by 4 Sand Nin bodyguards. While her face was hidden beneath a white veil, Inari felt her posture looked familiar, although he couldn't pinpoint who she was. The ring on her hand, however, indicated her allegiance. Shit, Chibaku swore as he prepared himself for another battle. Shit, shit, shit. Oh, for log's sake, can't you guys just stop popping up at the worst time? Inari shouted at the top of his lungs despite how much it hurt to do so. Don't worry, Atlas said calmly through the radio, they're not Tikoku's reinforcements. The cage glanced at the group, giving them a sharp, thankful nod. They're ours. Naruto. It was a terrible thing, Naruto thought, to be trapped in one's own body, unable to control it. Possessing her body, Red Zetsu brimmed with rage upon seeing the skies ripping open, a mass of earth slowly falling toward them. You. He snarled at the dark wolf with Naruto's own voice, charging at her with extended claws, this is all your fault. The dark wolf charged forward too without a word. She parried Zetsu's attack with one blade, and attempted to hit the monster with the other. The creature backed off with surprising speed, circled around, and tried to hit his arch-foe with a Rasengan. Naruto guessed Red Zetsu had somehow managed to access her memories and copy her techniques. The dark wolf deftly dodged, rotated on herself, and almost beheaded Zetsu, only to stop her attack within an inch of the possessed Naruto's neck. Why? Naruto thought, as Red Zetsu backed off and attempted to bombard his foe with water ninjutsu. Why stop? Because, Kurama's voice resonated in the back of her mind, she's hesitating on whether to kill you or not. Kill me, Naruto screamed inwardly, her mouth refusing to obey. Kill us both, he's too dangerous to be allowed to live. You ruined everything. Red Zetsu shrieked, as the dark wolf continuously dodged all his attacks, always you. Always standing in my way. Always refusing to just lay down and die, always hindering me at every step. Naruto felt a surge of power race through her possessed body, as a cloud of red chakra surrounding her skin and 3 tails formed in her back. He's forcefully tapping into my chakra with his Mokuden, Kurama gasped in pain, I can't stop him. Roaring with berserk fury, Red Zetsu charged with renewed strength. Gone was the calmness, the intelligence, and the taunts. The despair of seeing his world and life slipping away had ripped the veneer of civility and revealed the cornered, savage predator beneath. He punched, clawed, bit, to no avail, as the samurai dodged or parried every strike, no matter how fast. In spite of Kurama's power, the Dark Wolf was obviously the stronger fighter. The gap in power was so obvious, and so wide, it was almost humiliating. The Dark Wolf was faster, stronger, better in every way. In spite of the power boost granted by Kurama's chakra, in spite of the increased speed, the Dark Wolf effortlessly dominated her opponent. If she had gone on the offensive, she would have won within seconds. Infuriated, Red Zetsu leapt a few meters back, gathered chakra in front of him, and quickly fired a tailed beast bomb at the samurai. Instead of dodging, the Dark Wolf stood her ground, and gracefully cut the ball vertically with her left sword. The ball, instead of exploding, disintegrated, much to Red Zetsu's absolute dread. She cut yin and yang chakra apart, Kurama stated, rendering the chakra inert and the ball useless. I cannot even begin to fathom the skill needed to pull that off. Why? Red Zetsu cursed, no longer bothering to hide his fear and anger. Why can't I crush you? I was born to win. I prepared for all possible contingencies, I designed counters to every single move of yours, I trained for years, so why can't I beat you? Because I am simply better, the Dark Wolf replied calmly. You always avoided a fair fight because you knew this was the only possible outcome. You never had a chance to win a straight battle. Red Zetsu clenched Naruto's fists in anger, as a tremor shook the ground. The skies were falling, and the earth above, while moving slowly, was growing noticeably closer with every passing second. None of us can overcome the other, Red Zetsu noted bitterly, locked in a stalemate as the world collapses around us. If fate exists, then surely, this must be its idea of a joke. I dominate you, Zetsu, the Dark Wolf countered, I can kill you anytime. But not without killing that girl too, Red Zetsu noted. Once upon a time, you would not have hesitated to strike my host to kill me. Yet something has changed. You care, you primate. So let's make a deal. Red Zetsu clenched his fists, as if ashamed of having to say his next words. Let us make a truce, he declared, venom dripping from his voice. Give me the ring and let us finish our contest in another world. We do not have to die with this one. If I let you escape, you will sow death and destruction across the multiverse once more, the Dark Wolf replied. If I can prevent you from threatening millions of people, then my life is a small price to pay. Expected, Zetsu replied, but what of her life? An intense surge of pain raced through Naruto's body, as she felt spines pierce her flesh from all directions. She screamed, and this time, Red Zetsu let her do so. Naruto. The Dark Wolf shook, her calm composure broken almost instantly. Give me the ring, or I will crush her internal organs, Red Zetsu declared. Decide quickly. Kill us both, Naruto tried to say, before Zetsu reasserted control. Yet, the Dark Wolf shook in hesitation, unable to reach a decision. I will not let you die, Naruto. The red chakra intensified around the possessed girl wildly. What? Red Zetsu snarled, grasping at his heart as if suffering a stroke. You want my chakra, Zetsu? Kurama declared. Here is it. Wood Rel. Red Zetsu couldn't finish, screaming in pain. Naruto felt her own veins deteriorating as Kurama's power overflowed through them. Kurama, what are you doing? Naruto asked in horror and incomprehension. Naruto, do you remember our first meeting? Kurama replied, my motivation. The memory flashed in Naruto's mind. You wanted to experience new things. Thank you, for all the travels I shared with you, Kurama replied, but while my journey will end today, yours has barely begun. It is time for our roads to diverge. What are you? The truth hit Naruto like a punch to the stomach. No, you can't. Naruto, you have been more than a vessel, Kurama declared, you have been a friend. The only one in my long existence, and yet my very existence robbed you of your childhood and parents. Today, I pay my debt. Naruto's world was swallowed by a flash of red light. When she awoke, she couldn't feel her body. She saw the Dark Wolf next to her, a knee bent, her sword sheathed, and checking her up. Where? Naruto trailed, too weak to finish her sentence. It's over, the Dark Wolf replied with awkward softness, don't move. The influx of chakra was so powerful most of your wounds closed, but your chakra system has in all likelihood been severely damaged. Kurama. Naruto thought. Kurama, are you here? Silence. Kurama had vanished. All she had left behind was a gaping hole, and a sense of absence. Naruto tilted her head with all the pain in the world, and saw Red Zetsu's corpse. It was barely recognizable. The creature looked like a dried husk, most of its veins ripped open from the inside. Most of its blood had boiled into smoke, and the skin had peeled off the bones. The Kyuubi moved inside Zetsu's chakra pathways, forcing him to separate from your body before overloading him from within. The Dark Wolf explained softly. The beast probably dissipated into formless chakra as a result. Not a beast, Naruto corrected. Kurama. The Dark Wolf didn't say anything. Perhaps she never considered tailed beasts had names. I can't feel my body, a weak voice said faintly. Red Zetsu was still alive. Although not for long. The creature struggled to breathe, and obviously was in agonizing pain. The damage Kurama's sacrifice had inflicted was simply too great for his enhanced body to recover from. Why am I dying? Red Zetsu trailed in agony. Why? I tried so hard. What did you have, that I didn't? The Dark Wolf observed her archenemy with detached eyes. Friends. Red Zetsu fell silent. I did not defeat you alone, the Dark Wolf continued. I could not have disabled your Sage Mode without Naruto's help. In the end, the Kyuubi defeated you to save that girl. We humans survived as a species by cooperating. I did not walk into battle alone, and this is what decided the outcome. Finish me off, Red Zetsu demanded. This is the fate of the loser. I failed, and I accept the consequences. The Dark Wolf rose to her feet, and unsheathed one of her blades. I think I understand you, Zetsu, she said. Like me, you wished to prove the world you were more than just a tool for others. You tried to pursue strength at all cost, to force your way into the world. That is why you hated me so fiercely. Because I reminded you of your own anguish and shortcoming. Red Zetsu didn't answer immediately. I hate you, the monster replied with an air of finality, because, on the day of your birth, you were happy to be born. The Dark Wolf lowered her blade, ending Red Zetsu's life in one clean swing. Naruto glanced at the skies. She noticed Tobi hovering near the spatial rift, trying to push back the incoming asteroid with all his might and barely stalling it. The tremors kept growing stronger, and longer. She heard someone approach. Sasuke appeared, looking severely thrashed, and that was ignoring the fact that he lost his left arm. Sasuke-san. The Dark Wolf hurried to the Uchiha's side, grabbing his shoulder and helping him walk. What happened? She asked, with a tone that spoke doom for the responsible. Tikoku ambushed us and caused this disaster. Sasuke glanced at Zetsu's corpse. We at least got one, I guess. The ring, Naruto growled. The Dark Wolf nodded. With your help, Sasuke-san, I could perhaps open a portal before it is too late. It will never be big enough to save the people in Tobi-san's dimension, Sasuke replied, if we can even make it work. Space suddenly ripped in half in front of the group. Naruto struggled to move her head, barely catching sight of a portal opening and a beautiful, familiar woman stepping out of it. Hello, Meitorumi declared, perhaps I could lend you a hand. No one. He couldn't remember his name. He didn't know how long. He didn't know how long the nothing claimed him. It had been forever. He had trouble recalling the time before. The time where he knew warmth, and heat, and light, and time and space and sound. Although he couldn't count time, he had long since realized the truth. He had spent more time inside the darkness than outside. He had spent years as a man, and centuries as a lost soul here in the starless night. He had been a man once. Of that he was sure. He didn't quite remember what a man was, however. He didn't know what the word meant anymore. He knew, however, he had long since become something less than a man. Not even a half of it. Once he had remembered things. He remembered he had parents, but he didn't know how they looked. He didn't know their names. Nothing remained, not even blurry images. Nothing but a feeling of absence. Once, he had clung to hate and anger, to the souvenirs of past wrong, to the feeling of ever-vivid pain. He clung to the burning fire inside his heart, the bitterness that had fueled his soul. But the void had taken that from him as well. First, he had forgotten who he hated, only clinging to the souvenirs of the wrongs themselves. Then the void had taken from him his reason, his actions, slowly unraveling his souvenirs piece by piece. In the end, the hate was gone, alongside the frustration and the satisfaction. The void had even taken from him the primal, sweet joy of destruction, leaving only a gaping hole behind. The guilt had remained, however, alongside the constant feeling of being punished for what he did. He remembered the fires, the screams, the tears. He didn't remember what he did exactly, but he knew he had hurt people. He had forgotten why long ago. Only the agony remained. He felt punished, and more importantly, he knew he deserved it. He had lost his body long ago. His flesh, his blood, his bones had unraveled. He had sensed them decompose gradually, leaving behind the impression of ghostly body parts. Then the void had taken even that. The darkness had distilled him into a mere spark. All that remained of him was the core of his being. Memories, thoughts, feelings, degrading one after the other. He couldn't do anything about it. He could only witness in despair, uttering silent screams and wails no one could hear. He was alone. And soon, the darkness would consume him completely. Few things he still remembered. People, all different, small and big alike. All blurry, all distant, all silent photos the void had sucked the colors. He remembered some more clearly than others. A girl with hair of gold, looking up to him with joy. A being of metal. A long dead man with a mask and a red eye. A friend he had admired, hated, and looked for. A woman with the power to control paper. A beautiful woman hiding her face behind a porcelain white mask. Friends, family, loved ones. The only things that allowed him to endure. He couldn't let them go. They were all he had left. Literally. Inside the darkness, only echoes of his life remained. Everything else, the void had consumed. I admit, I am impressed by your resilience, the darkness whispered. No other soul has lasted as long as you have. Most vanish within the first decade, but you stubbornly cling to your individuality, an eon after being trapped here. Never listen to the voice. Never believe the voice. Never trust it. He remembered he had to do it, although he couldn't remember why. He wasn't the darkness, and never would be. He had to remember it, he had to hold on. He couldn't vanish. He refused to vanish. He had to hold on. Hold on. Hold on to what? I took everything from you long ago. Even those friends of yours, I shall consume in time. There is no hope for you. There never was. It was right, unfortunately. His existence was now a fading dream, a fragile phantasm wavering, ready to vanish anytime. If he lost the memory of his friends, then his soul would be extinguished, a light fading out in the night. He had suffered through an ordeal more horrific than any human could have imagined. He had gone mad once, but even the refuge of insanity had been taken from him. His mind had been opened, broken, and devoured in a way no torturer could ever imagine or attempt to replicate. The darkness had erased everything but despair and powerlessness. It would be easy to let go. To vanish for good. He only needed a little push, and the endless torment would end. He would cease to be, forget himself just as he forgot everything else. But he refused. He would never let his friends go. I am growing impatient. Anger, disappointment, and more importantly, incomprehension. Do you remember I said the same words to you multiple times? To urge you to give up. He didn't remember. You do not. This pattern has repeated itself. I have reduced you to less than a shell, distilled you to your core, leaving only the tiny bit that only you, yourself, can remove. I ask you to give up, to end your suffering and accept the peace of oblivion, and yet you refuse. Then you forget my words, I ask again, and the process repeats. How many times? Long enough for stars to burst into life and then blink out in the sky. The voice let out what appeared to be a sigh. You are in my core, where time and space have no meaning. I can sense it. The moment you completely give up the last bit of yourself, when you finally accept my victory and forever lose yourself. Yet you keep denying me. He felt something. A feeling, a tiny flash of light in the dark. Hope. The darkness noticed. I will take this last hope just I have taken the rest of you. I simply need to adapt my approach. I will grant you the honor of godly perception for a mere second. It wanted him to see, and he saw. Light, air, matter, planets, sun. Life taking roots, empires rising and then decaying. Mankind thriving, going extinct or escaping to the stars, millions of color and changes and events. Then nothing. The darkness triumphant again. Light extinguished, matter, space and time consumed. The primal oblivion returning, annihilating everything. The universe trapped in endless silence, frozen in time. This is the only outcome, the voice ranted. All worlds take a different path, but the destination is the same. They decay into nothingness, consumed by entropy, until everything returns to its original, natural state. Do you understand why your resistance is futile? No matter what you do, all return to darkness. Only I am eternal. You are only delaying the inevitable, with no hope of victory. Hopeless. All hopeless. In the end, all the work of mankind, of yourself, of the gods or anything else is futile. Meaningless in its greatest form. Nothing will endure. The memories of your coming, of your achievements, of your failures, will fade. The ruins you left behind will decay and vanish. Nothing matters. Everything is worthless. Then a familiar voice resonated through the darkness. Isn't it because things end, that they have worth in the first place? The nameless man focused on the newcomer. The intruder's chakra sparked, briefly illuminating the darkness for briefest of instants, revealing a masked ninja with a red eye. Madara Uchiha. The name came to him from the remains of his being. His memories were conflicted. Enemy, mentor, father, so many contradictory things. Yet, he felt relief seeing him again. Tsukiyomi, he whispered in the shadow, his voice nothing more than an echo of his weakened soul. So this is the fate that awaits those who deal with Mikabashi, Madara noted, as the darkness overshadowed him. Slow destruction, as oblivion consumes us flesh and soul. Fitting, in a way. Yet you refused to vanish. Why? The answer was obvious. I will not give up. Yes, Madara agreed, no matter how grim your situation, you always refused to back down. Even in the face of gods, you have hope. This is what made you great. Not your skills, not your blood, not even your destiny. Just your sheer, mind-boggling stubbornness. Stubbornness is nothing but lying to oneself. You too will be consumed. Shut up, Madara casually cut in. I have realized your true nature, Mikabashi. For all your power, you are static. Is it because you are unwilling, or unable to learn from your mistakes? You cannot never fully understand the human spirit, because you can never change. So shut up. The darkness fell silent. Why come here? The nameless man whispered. You knew the consequences. I did, yes, Madara admitted. I do not have much time, but truth to be told, so I do not care much about it. Do you remember Konoha? The destruction you carried out? Only a vague echo remained. I am a bitter old man, Madara said. Destroying Konoha was my only dream in the end, and you fulfilled it. It filled me with joy for a moment, and then I realized, what next? My hatred and bitterness had allowed me to carry on for a century, and I had lost them. In the end, all I did was to make you inherit my hate and repeat my mistakes. No, the nameless man replied, I made those mistakes on my own. I regret them, but I accept full responsibility. Regrets are for those who do not know what they want, Madara said. Perhaps that is why they can make us change. Mankind forever lusts for hate and destruction, the darkness taunted. I may not be able to learn from my mistakes, but we are alike in this regard. I am but a reflection of mankind's true self. Perhaps we are bound to repeat our mistakes, Madara said, but do you remember what we discussed before this happened? About moving on past what you did, and finding your own path. The Uchiha chuckled. Hashirama had a point. As much as I hate to admit it, Madara continued, sometimes, the new generation shines brighter than the old. When I watched you destroy Konoha, I understood that you had surpassed me. You fulfilled my dream, and became the stronger ninja. I felt a quiet sense of pride, and I realized my dream was no longer destroying Konoha, or world domination. My dream is watching how far you would rise. Madara's chakra sparked once more. I will die soon, he said. We have a choice to make. We can stay here, peacefully accepting the inevitable and fading away, or we do the impossible. We fight back, and we defeat Mikabashi. The darkness let out a screeching sound, which could pass for a joyless laugh. Defeat a god. Your arrogance knows no bound. We will probably fail, Madara conceded, but instead of wallowing in despair, we will die fighting. How? The nameless man asked. I have lost too much. I will transfer all my chakra to you, Madara declared. You will inherit my memories, my knowledge, my power, my will. You will become stronger than you can possibly imagine. Strong enough to forge your own path, beyond either the will of fire or the curse of hatred. No. The nameless man protested. Energy from nowhere empowering a voice that possessed no body. If you do this, I will die, Madara conceded. It does not matter. I should have died back in my final duel with Hashirama, and without Mikabashi's will, I cannot endure for long. But know this. My will shall endure inside you. I will not be able to communicate with you anymore, but you will forever sense my presence. I will always be with you. This is my final gift to you, my student. Madara, the nameless man trailed. I cannot forgive you. Not after everything you did to me or to the world. But, you are the man I respect the most. The nameless man let out a sad laugh. You were the best enemy I could have hoped for. He had the distinct feeling the old ninja smiled behind his mask. Make me proud, son. His chakra flared, and moved into the nameless man. A flux of memories filled his mind. A brother's death, so painful it could never be forgotten. A fateful duel with a respected foe, of such chaotic violence an entire valley was shaped by it. A century of stubborn planning and travels. Decades of experiences, thousands of techniques memorized over the years, countless battle strategies, ideas of jutsu not yet fully developed, a surge of power so great, it would put the five cage to shame in comparison. Madara's body disintegrated, claimed by the darkness, only his cloak and mask remaining. Yet the nameless man didn't care. The Uchiha's soul lived in him, its essence slumbering at the bottom of his heart. Instead of despair, he now felt hope. He felt invigorated, renewed. Where there had only been nothingness, now he knew warmth again. Why? Pure surprise. Pure incomprehension. How can you? I do not understand. How can you take delight in this? Your mentor died for nothing, and you find it a hopeful vision. Yes. Because he now remembered the fact that just because life would end didn't mean it was meaningless. Quite the contrary. Life might be short and fragile, but it was all the more precious for it. He was alive. He resisted the darkness. His spark, his life, endured even in the face of oblivion. The void had tried to consume it, tried everything to extinguish it, and yet it failed. He was alive, he had hope, and the darkness would never, never, take that from him. Mikabashi was surprised. It was confused. For the first time, perhaps the only time, it was open to attack. The nameless man seized the opportunity and struck, letting his chakra flare brighter than the sun. The darkness cowered, but the nameless man didn't just push it back. What are you doing? What are you doing? Pain, realization, horror. The darkness had been right. It had shared its form with him, taken a foothold inside him, and hollowed him. As it turned out, it worked in reverse too. He was taking what he lost back, with interest. He was taking over the darkness from the inside, just as it had once done the same to him, stealing its power just as it had stolen so much from him. You think you can consume me? Mikabashi snarled, its cold voice now betraying true, boundless fury at seeing its own tactic turned against it. I tried to help you. To purge you of your impurities, to allow you to become part of me and endure until the end of time, and this is how you repay me. It failed, partially. He couldn't defeat a god, especially not one as vast and powerful as Mikabashi. Mikabashi was an underlying force of reality, as pervasive as gravity. The difference in power was too great. He couldn't fully usurp control. So he settled on stealing everything he could get away with. He focused on the more important things. The memories of his friends, of Naruto's sisterly love, of Madara's own warped fatherly pride, of Chibaku and Yugito. The people he loved most, dead or alive, he stole back from the dark, alongside the memories of Izanami. Izanami most of all. He couldn't get back everything, as Mikabashi instantly locked most memories away upon realizing what happened. The Nameless One had regained the upper hand, and, empowered by Madara's will and sacrifice, he decided to pull off something daring. Taking a tactic from Mikabashi's book, he invited the darkness itself. He didn't let it take anything this time, no, instead he incorporated the void into his soul, drawing Mikabashi's essence into himself, assimilating it instead of the other way around. He stole a sliver of Mikabashi's divine power. A small, tiny bit of essence, but divine power nonetheless. As new bones and flesh formed around his empowered soul, the nameless man realized he had changed. He had once been a man, but he was something less, and yet something more. He was different. He was something unique altogether. My name, I remember my name, he told himself, as he regained lungs, I remember my name. I am Naruto Uzumaki, I am. He finally remembered. I am Kazama Arashi. Mikabashi lashed out in incomprehension. My power, what have you done? I conquered a country. He boasted, I laid waste to entire cities, by myself. I brought thousands to their knees, and I stole a god's power, twice. He looked for an escape, fighting his way through the void. He saw it, a distant light, a chorus at the end of the night. Grabbing Madara's cloak and mask, his mentor's last mementos, he raced forward it, pushing the shadows away. Why? I do not understand. Why are you rejecting me? Why are you rejecting my gift? He felt Mikabashi's cold power try to grasp him, to pin him on place, furiously trying to erase his self-identity once more. Yet, this time, Kazama pushed it away, severing the chains the god had grafted on his soul. He heard Mikabashi's fury echo through the void, as it finally lost its last hold over its former prisoner. He was free. I do not understand. Why? Why? Why reject me? All I wished was to make you better. I wanted to save from your painful existence. You have seen the world as it is, and how it will end, so why do you persist? Why? 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 Because I will never let you, or anything, stop me, Kazama warned Mikabashi. After Tikoku is done for, I will come for you. God or not, I will make you pay. There is no place in this world, not even in the bosom of heaven itself, where you will be safe from my wrath. And with those words, Kazama walked into the light again. Menma. Riding the winds, the Shinigami's mask over his face, Menma floated toward Obito. The black hole in the sky was growing larger, and its pull stronger. Madara had entered it 1 minute ago, and Menma hoped the cranky Uchiha could indeed close it. At its current rate of growth, the hole would devour the entire world within minutes if its development was left unchecked. Obito, meanwhile, had opened a portal with his ring, big enough to let his 10-tailed form through. Unwilling to let him get away, Menma created a powerful Rasenshuriken and launched it at Obito's central body. It didn't hurt Obito's monstrous form, but it did make the entity's eyes shift and notice him. You, Obito noted, with a quiet sense of wrath, as the portal closed on its own, you are harder to kill than a cockroach. You created me. You should know, Menma taunted, in such a hurry to flee. I thought a true captain went down with his sinking ship. I can create as many ships as I wish, Obito replied, his enormous body rotating to face his one-time partner. I would have let this black hole devour you, but with that ring of yours you will never stop pestering me, will you? Obito started gathering chakra in front of his single eye, unleashing another humongous beam of chakra towards Menma. Gathering red chakra, Menma's eyes flared red. Unleashing the power through his feet in a similar way than Kazama's own jet fire technique, the ninja propelled himself out of the way, narrowly dodging the powerful attack. Obito oriented the beam toward the fleeing teen, forcing him to run circles around his foe. There was no tactic, no plan from Obito's part. Just sheer, overwhelming power. He doesn't need any plan, Menma thought grimly. He's invulnerable and he can keep trying to nuke me. He can slip as many times as he wants, while one mistake from my part will be fatal. If he could get close enough to activate the Shinigami's mask, he could end Obito, but with the beam he couldn't approach, let alone get within the needed range. He searched in his pockets and brought out a very special kunai. He hated to put her into harm's way, yet it couldn't be helped. Gathering all his strength, Menma launched it at Obito. The weapon landed near Obito's eyelid, and flared with light. Through the power of the Horaishin, Sakura materialized next to the monster and punched it. The 10 tails buckled inwards. His beam interrupted. Obito attempted to squash Sakura with his tentacles. The kunoichi absent-mindedly threw a sealed kunai above her and teleported out of harm's way, before launching a volley of sealed kunai in all directions. Teleporting in quick succession, Sakura punched Obito repeatedly from all directions, causing the monster to squeal in surprise and pain. Menma watched the spectacle with fascination. When did Sakura become so strong? The fact he had missed her growth filled his heart with sorrow. The only thing I can do for her now is die so she can live, the ninja thought. Now that Obito was busy trying to get Sakura off his back, Menma finally had his opening and flew at high speed toward the abomination, landing on one tentacle. Shinigami. Menma called, channeling chakra through the mask, answer my call. My soul for his. A death for a death. The Shinigami's ethereal form started materializing behind Menma, making the ninja shiver. The god's presence was downright overwhelming, dwarfing the ninja's own existence like a star overshadowed a candle. Instead of responding immediately, the Shinigami glanced at the black hole with a grim expression, before quickly focusing back on Menma and piercing his back with its shadowy hand. The contact filled Menma's entire body with a chill, as he sensed his very life slowly being snuffed out. Emerging from the ninja's belly, the Shinigami's hand then grabbed Obito's tentacle and started pulling the entire creature inside it. Obito screamed upon realizing what was happening, and tried to free himself. A god's grasp, however, could not be broken so easily. The entire ten-tail shrank, absorbed by the god. A few seconds later, Obito had completely vanished. Menma let out a victorious sigh, and awaited for the Shinigami to collect its toll. Instead, a spike pierced his chest from behind. Coughing blood and gasping in shock, Menma tilted his head to the side, catching a side glance of his attacker. A milky white, horned humanoid floated right 24 meters above him. Lacking hair, ears, or a nose, its only distinguishable features were a single horn in the middle of its face, a lipless mouth full of sharpened fangs, and a Sharingan in his right eye socket. A black, rounded sphere orbited around him like a satellite. "That was close," Obito commented with a soft, yet furious voice. "If I hadn't shed that husk in time, I would be dead." "Too bad, only your soul will feed the Shinigami tonight." Yang seeking ball. With that comment, the black sphere moved down, charging at Menma. The ninja formed a Rasenshuriken and threw it into the ball's way. Instead of exploding, the sphere disintegrated Menma's projectile and continued on its course towards him. "Menma!" Sakura shouted, throwing a kunai near her beloved. Materializing next to him before the sphere could hit, she grabbed the ninja and teleported both of them to the ground, in the middle of Konoha's smoking crater. Laying Menma on the ground, Sakura removed the spike, tossed it away, and began applying her glowing hands to his chest. "Sakura," Menma began, before coughing blood. "Shut up," the medic cut in. "If you weren't dying, I would so beat your sorry ass right now for doing something that stupid." "It's no use," Menma warned, the Shinigami. Obito materialized a few meters away from them, his lone eye wide open in cruel delight. "Sakura, get away." Sakura glanced back at the warped man too late. Unfortunately, there was no time to dodge. Obito pointed his finger at them, and instead of firing, eyed the skies with a look of concern. Menma glanced up, his eyes widening in astonishment. The black hole was disintegrating, its structure torn apart. As the abnormality vanished, Kazama Arashi reappeared. "I had hoped that void would have destroyed him," Obito commented. "No matter, Kazama teleported right in front of Obito, and before the Uchiha could do anything, proceeded to punch him in the face with more strength than Sakura herself could muster. The sheer impact of the blow sent the Uchiha crash down hundreds of meters away, against the smoking pile of rocks that used to be the Hokage monument. The attack had been so powerful, Menma could feel the shock wave meters away. Kazama briefly glanced at his own hand, as if surprised by his own strength, before turning around and facing his double. Gone was his scary armor, replaced with Madara's own Akatsuki cloak. Upon locking eyes, Menma knew something had radically changed. The ninja's gaze was no longer conflicted or afraid. Instead, his eyes were full of brimming determination and a power so oppressive it made him want to cower. Menma felt like facing an impossibly old being masquerading as a man. His gaze scared Menma, as much as the warlords did. Perhaps even more. Strange. It took Menma a few seconds to realize the Shinigami had spoken, with the raspy voice of the grave itself. "I sense Mikabashi's power in you, but none of its will." "What did you do?" "I kicked him out of my soul," Kazama replied, "and I made him pay rent." The Shinigami's eyes narrowed. "To think humans would challenge even gods, or perhaps you are the exception." "No matter," he noted, "you would best not make it a habit." "That depends," Kazama replied. "I won't let you take Menma's soul." The Shinigami's posture adjusted slightly. Be it for battle, confusion, or interest, only it knew. "You would fight me over it?" "Yes," Kazama declared softly. There was neither fear nor hesitation. It was a fact. He would fight death itself if it did not back down. "There can be no power without price," the Shinigami said, "or else, humans would take our help for granted and stop relying on themselves. This artificial human soul is mine by contract. However, a single mortal soul is not of immediate value to me. There are more pressing concerns that must be addressed, such as the damage those you call Tikoku are doing to the very fabric of reality and their intentions." Since you cannot intervene directly, Kazama guessed, I can take care of it for you. If the damage is stopped and repaired, then yes, the Shinigami spoke, I will forego this man's soul as payment. He will enter the pure world in due time regardless. Deal, Kazama replied, before crossing his arms, back then, you could have killed me. I wanted it. Yet you did not. Why did you spare me? You told me you regretted what you did, the Shinigami replied, I saw into your soul. You had the desire to atone. On a whim, I wagered you may learn from your past transgressions and gain wisdom. Have you? Kazama nodded. I see the big picture now, he said, I have moved beyond my petty grudges. I will make up for it. For everything. The Shinigami gave him a sharp nod, before vanishing into ether. Go forth, it declared with a tone of finality, know that if you ever renege on your word, I will end you. Permanently. I wouldn't have it any other way. Kazama replied. A short distance away, Obito had risen back to his feet. Menma suddenly realized Kazama carried Madara's mask in his left hand, implying the man's death. Putting the mask on his face, Kazama channeled chakra through it in his cloak. The cloak's black coloring turned white, making the red clouds stand even more starkly. The mask's shape changed, another eye hole appearing to fit Kazama's stare. Finally, the spiral pattern morphed into a small black, five-pointed star. Sakura, take Menma, the ninja declared, turning his back on Menma before rushing toward Obito while making hand signs, I'll take care of this. But, don't bother, Menma said, watching Kazama engage Obito in battle anew, that guy can scare off death itself now. Technique Compendium. Mountain Sage Mode, S rank, an advanced version of the Sage Mode. The Mountain Sage Mode works by tapping into tectonic energy through the user aligning himself with a planet's ley lines. Through the Mountain Sage Mode, the user can mix his or her own chakra with the surrounding area, gaining control over all aspects of the environment, including weather, flora, and geological activity. If the Mountain Sage is ever thrown out of alignment with the planet's ley lines, the technique is dispelled. Dragon Stream, S rank. Through the Mountain Sage Mode, the user alters the magnetosphere to trap his foe in an electromagnetic hurricane. The user can direct the hurricane at will, causing the damage it inflicts to be localized. Geocontrol, S rank. Through the Mountain Sage Mode, the user alters the ground itself, turning it into mud, or creating a lava pit by piercing the Earth's crust. Diamond Wall, S rank. Through the Mountain Sage Mode, the user gathers isolated carbon molecules into a dense wall, as strong and hard as diamond. Summoning. Viper Den, A rank. A snake summoner calls hundreds of thousands snake from the depths of the Ruchi cave, swarming the battlefield with them. Artificial Bloodline Replication, S rank. Perhaps the ultimate technique ever devised by a puppet master, the artificial bloodline replication turns a puppeteer's puppets, be they of wood or flesh, into a network. By first sending them chakra and having the puppets infuse it with elemental affinities, the puppeteer can reintegrate multiple kinds of infused chakra within his body and fuse them, in effect replicating any element. Scorch Release. Desert Theater, S rank. A scorch release technique unleashing a powerful heat wave, instantly drying all water and outright killing water-based organisms in its path. Dust Release. The Atomic Finish, S rank. A dust release technique created a projectile of various forms, generally a pyramid, disintegrating any matter that comes in contact with it on a molecular level. Kenjutsu. Jutsu Sunder, S rank. The ultimate sword technique of the Land of Iron samurai military, the Jutsu Sunder destabilizes an ninjutsu technique by physically separating the yin and yang elements, keeping the technique stable with a sword swing, dispelling it. No error is tolerated, as any deviation in the swing causes the Sunder to fail. As such, only the greatest of swordsmasters have ever managed to pull it off. Horaishin. Lightning Goddess, S rank. A variant of the Hirishin technique, the user uses the Hirishin to teleport around and gain momentum before hitting a target from various angles with incredible strength. Yang Seeking Ball, S rank. A variant of the infamous Truth-Seeking Ball technique, the Yang Seeking Ball is a flying projectile composed of incredibly dense yin chakra and mentally controlled by its maker. Seeking Yang chakra to gain some stability, the Yang Seeking Ball absorbs all energy in contact with, including the chakra of other techniques or the life force of its victims. Cloth Alteration, D rank. A harmless technique changing the color of clothes through careful chakra channeling. Most often used for practical jokes. Chapter 56. Armageddon, Final Part. Explosions, blasts, flashes. That was what Kazama's world had been reduced to. His mind had switched off, running on battle instincts honed through a lifetime of warfare, now cleared of apprehension. His mind had gone on autopilot, leading his body through this terrifying ordeal in the vaporized, smoking ruins of Konoha. Izanagi. Obito snarled. Amiana. The Uchiha hovered above the ground, a black sphere, his yang-seeking ball, orbiting around his head like the moon around the earth. Small, burning, kunai-sized meteors materialized around him and launched themselves at Kazama like missiles. Once upon a time, he would have feared such an assault. The void had taken his fear, replacing it with the clarity of those who had gone through hell and come back unscathed. Instead he stood his ground with absolute resolution. As he summoned his chakra chains and deflected the guided projectiles, he realized this wasn't Madara's will guiding him, but his own. His ordeal had stripped him of the self-doubts that held him back, the inner turmoil that once clouded his mind. He had unlocked his full potential. Fire release, he declared calmly, great fire annihilation. He breathed a fire as blue as the sky, shaping it like a wall of flames the size of the Kyuubi itself. His chakra reserves, already enormous, had been tremendously boosted by Madara's own energy. He not only had the knowledge of countless powerful techniques, but the fuel to use them as well. The flames warmed the atmosphere and illuminated the entire countryside, engulfing Obito. It did not last long though. The flames swirled at a single point just as quickly as they had manifested, absorbed into the Uchiha's yang-seeking ball, leaving Obito unscathed. The monstrous man's single red eye, however, couldn't hide his surprise. So you decided to bring out the big guns early this time? He mocked, and now you wear Madara's mask. Let me guess, the old fucker died in that black hole, right? Good riddance I say. Kazama did not bother to answer, instead working on a battle strategy. Obito was fast, and most importantly, had the advantage of perfect, apparently chakra-free flight with excellent maneuverability. Kazama's jet fire technique was useful, but taxing in energy and limited by its trajectory. He had to bring Obito down to earth. What's wrong? Can't answer. Obito insisted, shaping a white sphere within his hands. You think wearing that mask will make a difference? I will blast it apart just as easily as I did in the Fourth Shinobi War. Yin-seeking ball. The white sphere launched itself at Kazama with phenomenal speed, a miniature sun shining brightly in the night. Aware that direct contact would mean death, Kazama called upon the other power had taken today. The divine spark of Mikabashi, taken by force, paid in pain, flared within him. His mind lined itself open with eyes, perceiving the fabric of the cosmos itself. The void answered his call, now bending to his will instead of stripping him of it. Ama no Manaka Nushi. He roared. A portal in space opened behind him, and he let himself fall through, closing it right before the yin-seeking ball could pass through. He reappeared a dozen meters above Obito, launching a volley of fireballs as he did so. The Uchiha raised his head, his Sharingan spinning in surprise. His yang-seeking ball moved to intercept the projectiles, only for Kazama to open another portal right behind Obito. His enemy's defense occupied, Kazama stepped through the portal once more, teleporting behind the Uchiha. His chakra chains ensnared him by surprise, and forced the Uchiha to spin beneath him. How? Obito snarled. How do you do? Kazama answered by smashing a Rasengan against Obito's torso, propelling the Uchiha below. Before he even hit the ground, the Amekage hit him with another spiraling orb. He could hear Obito's bones break under the pressure, yet the Ten Tails power let him regenerate as fast he could hurt him. The yang-seeking ball charged back at Kazama, forcing him to teleport on the ruins of the Hokage monument. The yin-seeking ball chased after him as well, while Obito rushed back to his feet. Opening another portal right in front of the yang-seeking ball, Kazama made it pass through and reappear right in front of its yin counterpart. Both projectiles collided, canceling each other out in a fiery blast. Amatsu Mikabashi's power is mine to command, Kazama thought. I control the void itself. He couldn't properly describe it into words. He had gained some kind of otherworldly insight through his experience in the void, understanding how reality really worked. He could perceive the hidden angles in the fabric of space, the invisible doors through the multiverse. The void, the source of all pocket dimensions, linked all worlds, all planes of existence together. In a way, it contained them, lurking at the edge of reality. The void was a crossroad through reality itself, one now at his command. It wasn't even a conscious effort, the essence within him instinctively reacted to his desires the second he came up with them. When everything is interconnected, distance becomes an illusion, he understood, opening a portal and launching a blue fireball through it, the projectile impacting on Obito's back. The Uchiha grunted, more humiliated than hurt, and began to leap around to dodge surprise attacks. An idea crossed Kazama's mind, as he attempted to connect with a very specific pocket dimension, quickly synchronizing with it. Amaterasu, the very first Madara Uchiha Kazama's group had defeated, had used his pocket dimension as a storage unit, containing countless weapons. While its master might have perished, it still endured, its tools ready to be used. Opening 100 small portals above the clouds, Kazama let the weapons fall through. Storm of blades. Kazama shouted, in his best Amaterasu's impersonation. Obito raised his eye, as hundreds of spears, blades, daggers and maces fell upon him. He attempted to use the Kamui, letting the projectiles phase through him, but Kazama didn't let him. Kamui disruption. He shouted, wresting control of Obito's own pocket dimension and canceling his foe's technique. Obito found himself stranded in this reality as the first blades pierced his skin, impaling him through his entire body. He screamed in real pain and furious surprise as the projectiles kept coming, turning him into a hedgehog of metal. Yet no matter how painful the ordeal, Kazama watched in amazement the man's wounds close, his body growing back limbs the second they were severed. That's useless, the Amekage realized. His regeneration cancels any damage I inflict. Kazama began to prepare a Marabito, intent on vaporizing the Uchiha, only for the ground to shake and tremble. Suddenly, roots the size of Gamabunta erupted from the earth, attempting to seize and squash him. Kazama propelled himself above the ground with his jetfire technique, narrowly dodging them as they thrashed up at the sky. A few seconds later, he found himself flying above a large, primeval forest of gigantic trees, losing sight of Obito. Black flowers bloomed on the trees, releasing clouds of toxic pollen in the atmosphere. Wind release. He shouted, signing with his fingers, heat wave. Releasing his chakra outside his body, Kazama called upon a powerful wind. When his heat wave had once been no stronger than a gust, his technique conjured a violent storm, pushing back the pollen back to the ground. Obito emerged from the toxic cloud, flying at Kazama with exceptional speed and piercing through the storm with ease. Within a split second, he was already at the blonde's throat. I admit, you're tough. He snarled, his fingers shifting into razor-sharp blades. But no matter how strong, you're just a man, while I have ascended far above that. Opening a hole to Amaterasu's pocket dimension, Kazama pulled out the weapon he was most familiar with and parried Obito's attack with it. He had missed the Kusanagi. Obito didn't stop there, grabbing the Kusanagi and using it to pull Kazama toward him. Using the inhuman horn in the middle of his forehead, Obito attempted to impale Kazama with it like a rhinoceros. The Amekage instead headbutted him, the horn barely grazing Madara's reinforced mask. Channeling his chains, Kazama had them grab Obito by the ankle, spun on himself, and then tossed the Uchiha back to the ground below at full speed. Then, without missing a beat, Kazama flew toward Obito midway, impaled him through the back with the Kusanagi, and kicked him to the ground, the blade still embedded in him. Finally, as Obito vanished beneath the poisoned clouds once more, the Amekage made hand signs and pointed his open palms at the ground, unleashing a titanic blast of blue fire which incinerated the entire forest. Obito barely had the time to rise back to his feet when a blast of fire washed over his skin. The 10 tails Jinchuriki hissed in pain, his limitless chakra growing him new flesh. His primeval forest had become a raging inferno, the woods burning, the ground itself torched into ashes. He grabbed the Kusanagi's pommel, but no sooner had he pulled out of his body and tossed it away, new weapons fell on him again. No longer trusting his intangibility, he still did not get how that boy had managed to negate it so easily. Obito was forced to run away on foot. That guy was a monster. It was like a different man had walked out of this black hole. While Obito had utterly trounced the blonde on his first round, he now found himself completely outmatched. He remained on the defensive, struggling against an overwhelming barrage of attacks. Obito had never fought a foe like that. Kazama was now pure offense, powering through the Uchiha's defenses while denying him any reprieve or opening. It wouldn't have been such a threat, if he didn't keep attacking from all angles at once. Mikio, he heard the blonde hush faintly, as an explosive tag appeared right beneath his left leg. The landmine blew off Obito's limb, preventing him from dodging a volley of flying weapons. Before he even tripped and hit the ground, another explosive tag appeared beneath him, exploding at his face and propelling him among the flames. Izanagi. Misogi. Obito snarled, his will materializing into large clouds above the ground, flooding the world below with gallons of water. The burning forest was drenched instantly, and the dozen explosive tags scattered across the battlefields turned useless. His body regenerating once more, Obito sensed the Ten Tails consciousness, long suppressed, stir within him. Not now, the Uchiha raised his mental barrier, unwilling to fight a war on two fronts. He couldn't let Kagaya exploit the opening. Standing upward, Obito let his Sharingan analyze the battlefield, trying to track Kazama and identify how his technique worked. Flashes of movements almost imperceptible to the human eye flooded his brain, as his Sharingan pinpointed his foe's movements through the sharp fluctuations in the falling rainwater. He's opening two portals in very quick succession, skipping the battlefield in between, Obito identified, so close, he almost becomes invisible. Focusing, Obito pinpointed Kazama's newest portal opening and attempted to punch the man as he stepped through it. Instead, the blonde pivoted with the minimum of movement necessary, dodging expertly and retaliating with a hit of his own. Briefly surprised, Obito regained his footing and engaged his foe in a fist fight, each of his punches with the power of a cannonball. Moving with a speed rivaling his father, Kazama dodged, retaliating with punches of his own. My Sharingan can barely keep up with him, Obito began to panic. Never a taijutsu prodigy, he relied on his eye to give him an edge in close combat. However, his taijutsu style had become as ineffective as a novice's after the decades of no practice. None of his hits connected, while punches after punches impacted on Obito's shoulders and head. Most disturbingly, Kazama's movements weren't that of Naruto Uzumaki. Obito felt like fighting Madara Uchiha reincarnated. No, Madara wasted many his moves and poses and taunts. Kazama Arashi gave his foe no opening, focused intently on winning cleanly and thoroughly. No motion was wasted. Memories of the fateful duel with his Naruto Uzumaki, back at the end of the Fourth Shinobi War, rushed through Obito's brain. That Naruto, wielding the Kyuubi's chakra as a golden cloak, had been tremendously faster than Kazama himself. If the monster he was currently fighting moved as quickly, he would have been crushed by now. However, what Kazama lacked in speed, he made up in skill and sheer versatility. Distance attacks didn't work, close combat didn't either. That man had no weakness. No, Obito thought, upon realizing his foe struggled to dodge constantly, he has won. He can dish it out, but he can't take it. The blonde focused on overwhelming power because he had no exceptional resilience. He remained a one-hit wonder, all of Obito's attacks were lethal, and the boy lacked any method of regeneration to survive them. If he could hit him just once, he needed to make him slip up. Your father would have killed me by now. Obito taunted, both fighters struggling to move, as the rainfall kept pouring on them, turning the ground to mud. Kazama, however, did not seem to react to the taunt, if anything he did not seem to have registered it. Must be tough, stranded in his shadow, unable to step out of it. Taking a step back, nearly tripping on the muddied ashes, Obito summoned 4 small black spheres. Truth-seeking ball, he shouted, launching the projectiles at his rival. Kazama did not bother moving, instead opening portals that absorbed the spheres and closed instantly. Obito waited for them to reappear, except they did not. He tried to mentally call them, only to realize his command over them had been disrupted. The projectiles had been sealed in a pocket dimension. What? Ran out of quips. Obito lashed out, annoyed at his foe's silence. Where's the conversation? Aren't you going to act almighty? Aren't you going to demonstrate you're better than me? Kazama remained silent, which Obito took as an invitation to continue. You pretend to be a hero, saving those dolls I have created, but you know, deep down, that won't change what you did. You've got as much blood on your hands as I am. You're just a murderer pretending to be something you were not. With Kazama's face being hidden beneath that stylized mask, all Obito could see were his eyes. Those blue eyes, the very same as Minato Namikaze's, watching him, judging him, condemning him. That man said 5 words, 5 little words that made Obito's entire rant mood and his pride crumble like cardboard. You are such a disappointment. It wasn't only the words that shook Obito, but the utter disdain permeating his voice, like a teacher talking about an inept child. That man outclassed him so greatly, he had summarized his foe's entire life in a single sentence. Obito's life flashed before his eyes, as the words took root in his mind. He remembered the faces of his clan, as he failed to do basic jutsu again and again, the sad gaze of Minato Namikaze, as he compared Obito to Kakashi, Madara's disdainful gaze as he watched his student train. More than anything, Obito remembered his humiliating, painful defeat at the hands of the warlord, when that psychopath had first recruited him, the sound of his bones breaking under the madman's fists, as he taunted Obito with mocking, cheerful laugh. This clarifies the chain of command. I hope, he had taunted, I expected better from you, granny boy. You're such a disappointment. Disappointment. As the word echoed through his skull, Obito felt his very mind crumble. His plans of fighting, of remaking the world through the Izanagi, all vanished. The cold monster in front of him, the very avatar of death itself, began walking toward him, and nothing the Uchiha could do would slow him down. You could have been so much more. Death trailed, slowly walking forward, all that power, wasted in pointless wishes. Shut up, shut up. Obito frantically made hand signs. You know nothing. I see all you could have been, Kazama continued with his cold, reptilian eyes. You could have been a hero, Obito. You could have become Hokage, or a legend. You could have been anything but that. I am a god. Obito snarled, pointing his left index at his nemesis, Renzoku Bijudama. The index shone with red light, unleashing a barrage of small, condensed Bijudama the size of tennis balls. Kazama did not bulge, holes in space opening all around him, absorbing the spheres before they could hit. You are but a footnote in the story of my life, Kazama countered. Obito frantically increased the cadence, but none of his projectiles pierced his foe's defense. A story filled with blood and defeats. The Uchiha snarled, taking steps back in a vain attempt to put as much distance between them as possible. I care no more, Kazama continued. I used to doubt myself, to live in fear of being a shadow of my parents, of being a pawn of fate and gods, to condemn myself for my actions. But now I understand that there is something so much stronger than fear or fate, a power that was within me all along. He took a step forward, closing in as Obito's onslaught faltered. Kazama's killing intent radiated, causing the Uchiha's knees to tremble. A terrifying wave of absolute murderous focus washed over him, and Obito no longer faced a man, but a demon that cared only about victory. He couldn't win. He could never win. So do your best, Kazama declared confidently, lunging toward Obito like an executioner's axe. Taunt me, stall, run. I will step over your corpse and soon forget about it. Stay away from me. Obito panicked, his mind overtaken by primal fear. Activating his Tikoku ring, Obito opened a portal to another world, hurriedly stepping through and closing it before the monster could follow. Obito found himself safe, atop another, complete, Hokage monument, standing above his old sensei's face. Konoha was still asleep, the village shining under the moonlight. It was peaceful, calm, and the Tikoku member let go a sigh of pure bliss. His relief lasted until a chakra chain grabbed his ankle. Kumo no Ito, Kazama hushed. The very same portal Obito had created had been reopened, and the chain forcefully pulled him through. The Uchiha tried to anchor himself to the earth with his hands, only for the chain's sheer strength to overwhelm him. However, the portal closed before Obito completely went through it, severing both his arms, and putting a whole dimension between the Tikoku member and his escape plan. Fleeing when confronted, Kazama taunted, more out of disdain than anything else, a spoiled child to the end. The chain flung the Uchiha to the ground like a ragdoll, new falling swords pinning Obito down, crucifying him horizontally. Gathering his chakra, Obito struggled to manifest another technique. Red Sphere Yang Barrier. His body became encompassed by a red dome of reinforced chakra, the blade failing to penetrate it. Obito tightened his cocoon, vainly trying to remove any space inside his foe could exploit, holding himself in terror. A portal opened right in front of his Sharingan. The eye memorized the instant, as Kazama's Marabito went through the hole and exploded inside Obito's own protective shell. Light and heat swallowed Obito, as his body became consumed by nuclear fire. He tried to scream, his lungs vaporized before he could do so. Only through the Ten Tails' limitless power did he manage to hang on. He could feel Kagaya's will agitating within him, the rabbit goddess sensing him slipping, his coming death approaching. Obito no longer cared. His dreams and ambitions had been crushed underfoot. He had nothing else to hope for. If it meant taking that man down with him, then his soul was a small price to pay. Obito let go of his mental barriers, and let the 10 tails roar free. Kazama. Standing safely out of his own technique's blast range, Kazama observed the Marabito engulf his foe. If that did not kill Obito, he would have to keep dusting him until it stuck. As the dust settled, Kazama observed the crater of his creation. The Uchiha's remains laid at the center, his charbroiled bones fuming among ashes. His flesh had been vaporized, alongside his organs. The illusion world still stood somehow, so either Obito's life wasn't needed to sustain it, or the bastard was still alive somehow. Kazama was about to come closer and investigate, when a spike of oppressive chakra dashed his hopes of a swift victory. Powerful, purple and foul energies sprang from Obito's corpse, solidifying into grotesque white flesh. That feeling of coldness and corruption made Kazama tighten his fists. Mikabashi. The chakra briefly took the shape of a 10-tailed monstrosity, and Kazama worried Obito had released the 10 tails to spite him, as Yagura once unleashed the Sanbi. Instead, the chakra shrunk once more, coalescing into a humanoid creature. Kazama narrowed his eyes, trying to identify the woman that now faced him. She was beautiful, graceful, with fragile facial features and long white hair falling down to her feet. Her skin was as white as milk, as were her eyes. He recognized the Byakugan. A third eye, some warped fusion of the Sharingan and Rinnegan, was half open on her forehead, while 2 small brown horns protruded from her head. Clad in a white kimono with lines of gold and purple, she had the demeanor and poise of a queen. A vague description from Madara's memories matched her description, although he had a hard time accepting it. Kagaya Otsutsuki. The sage's mother, and first woman to wield chakra. What the hell? Then, remembering the chakra's previous form, Kazama put the 2 and 2 together. So that's it, he thought, that's where the 10 tails came from. The inhuman princess's eyes shifted toward him, with a hungry gleam that made Kazama pause. It reminded him of a predator eyeing a snack. All chakra belongs to me, she said with a regal voice, so faint yet so cold, give it back. Before Kazama could answer, he found himself falling on a pool of lava. Reacting purely on a flight or die instinct, Kazama activated his jetfire technique and floated above the magma. The entire scenery, no, the entire world, had changed, replaced with a hellish landscape of molten earth and smoke-covered skies, a gigantic volcano thundering on the horizon. A portal opened right in front of him, Kagaya stepping out of it, her hand extended toward him. All chakra will become one within me, she declared, as if expecting him to let her take it. Instead he punched her squarely in the face with all his might, listening to the delightful sound of her beautiful nose shattering. Kazama would have found the woman's flabbergasted expression highly amusing, had she not tried to kill him. What? He taunted. You thought I was just gonna stand there and let you take it? Before Kagaya could react, he summoned his chakra chains, grabbed her by the ankles, and tossed her in the lava. Or would have, had the entire dimension not changed once more. Instead of burning, Kagaya landed on soft snow. Unwilling to let her a chance to recover, Kazama began to bombard her with fireballs. However she did it, that woman could forcefully transport him without using portals. He guessed she might have a variant of his own, Mikabashi-based powers, perhaps having more experience with them. He would have to improvise. Kagaya rose her head and expelled chakra from her body, shaping a blue dome protecting her from the blasts. Kazama instantly recognized Neji's defensive technique, albeit upgraded. Her Byakugan fully active, the princess glared at him, her former serenity replaced with fury and humiliation. A portal opened right above him, letting gallons of acid fall freely without end. Kazama summoned another portal above his head, redirecting the attack at Kagaya, who barely had the time to fly backward to dodge. Neither of them missed the fact their powers mirrored the others closely. She too could jump between parallel worlds. No, Kazama realized, after focusing on the space-time fluctuations around him, these are not parallel worlds, but specialized pocket dimensions she prepared and booby-trapped. You are not one of my sons, Kagaya noted, her voice laced with incomprehension, and a dash of fear. That power, you are like me. You ate the Shinju fruit and ascended to godhood. Great, another megalomaniac, Kazama thought disdainfully, as if I hadn't met enough of them already. Then again, I went through that phase too. Wait, sons? As in plural. You're the mother of the sage of the 6 paths, right? Kazama asked, deciding not to mention he had met him, and returned him to the grave, until he could exploit that bit of information for an opening. How did you end up fused with the 10 tails in the first place? I am the 10-tailed goddess, she seethed with indignation. I brought peace to the land, until my sons betrayed me, being born with chakra I did not have. So you went on a tantrum and they had to seal you. Kazama didn't bother to hide his disdain. The history books got that part wrong. They would have betrayed me eventually, she said with unshakable conviction. They were just children, unable to understand the responsibilities that came with that power. Kazama observed her, seeing his own reflection. Her chakra, corrupted into pure malevolence, her unshakable belief she had the right to decide who lived, and who died, a desire to enforce peace through power. Had Naruto and Sasuke not talked him out of his madness, he would have ended like her. You're not even in control, he replied, gathering his chakra and flying toward her. You're just Mikabashi's puppet, and you don't even notice. You're a puppet dancing to the tune of invisible strings. I will cut them right here. This world only needs one god, Kagaya shot back, pointing her palms at him. Long spears of bone protruded from them, a perfect mimicry of Kimimura's technique, before launching themselves at Kazama. This is my power that sustains this nursery. To destroy me is to end it. Is this what you seek? My entire life I was offered two options, save or destroy, he replied, while dodging the projectiles. You said I was a god. Why would a god be forced to choose between two choices, instead of taking a third path? I will preserve this world and destroy you while I am at it. So you are a god of war, Kagaya concluded far too quickly for his liking. Just as I ended all conflict with my power, so you too shall bow before me. Entertaining threat, he shrugged, opening another portal, vanishing through and materializing right in front of a surprised Kagaya. But I've heard better. Kagaya raised her hands to protect herself, but could not prevent Kazama's feet from kicking her in the face. The dimensions changed once more, replaced by a mountainous landmass. Undeterred, the Amekage forced the two of them to the ground, and engaged her in close combat. Her Byakugan activated, Kagaya channeled chakra through her fingers and attacked with a gentle fist. Her mutated Sharingan spun, analyzing Kazama's moves as he dodged and retaliated. Her mutated Sharingan gave her a certain advantage, yet her forms, her fighting style, her balance, were all outdated. Even Hinata's gentle fist was on a superior level. Kazama was no longer the stubborn kid that had fallen so easily to Neji's hits. Having survived through countless battles, he severely outclassed that amateur. In terms of skill he had nothing to fear. His exhaustion and dwindling chakra reserves, however, had the potential to become problematic. His newfound mastery over the fabric of space had its downsides. His techniques burned more chakra than he could recover. Burn brighter, burn faster. He had to end this battle fast. War made me who I am, true, he lectured, conflict and pain made me strong. You just had to eat a fruit lying around to gain all the power, while I had to earn mine. Kagaya narrowed her eyes in anger, and started willing chakra within her hands. Kazama did not give her a chance to finish her technique. He grabbed Kagaya's left arm, forcefully pulled her toward him, and hit her shoulder with a Rasengan. The attack should have ripped off her arm, only managing to dislocate her shoulder due to the self-proclaimed goddess' resilient bones. Still, it drew a gasp of pain from Kagaya. You've never been hurt in your entire life, is it not? He mocked, smashing another Rasengan against her chest and propelling the kunoichi backward. You may have stopped war, you simply observed instead of taking part in it, watching at the poppers from your palace or whatever. You never bloodied your hands, you never had the bravery to put your life on the line. Kagaya struggled to regain her footing, her left arm still limp. Your son sealed you because he loved his mother, Kazama taunted, summoning a dozen shadow clones and surrounding Kagaya. Me. You're mistaken. I am not a god. His killing intent flared. I kill them. At that moment, Kagaya's face twisted into pure fear. It finally settled on her. She was fighting for her life. The dimension changed once more, replaced with a land of small, stony pyramids. The gravity increased tremendously, knocking Kazama and his clones to their knees, and so was Kagaya. Using the jet fire technique, the clones rushed at her anyway. The princess's hair extended like improvised tentacles, impaling the clones while frantically trying to protect their owner. She was infinitely stronger than Kazama in terms of sheer chakra reserves. However, she seemed to lack the skill to use her power effectively. Scratch that. She fought like an amateur. It reflected on her use of her space-time ninjutsu. While simply content to change places for a brief field advantage, Kazama used his portals offensively and defensively. Her power was overwhelming, yet strength meant nothing if mishandled. It helped she didn't seem really bright. Forming a storm flail, Kazama started to swing it for its trademark attack. In the meantime, Kagaya pointed her right palm at him, shaping an enormous black sphere of power within her fingers. Both of them launched their attacks at the same time. His storm flail impacted on the truth-seeking ball, the resulting aftershock shaking the entire pocket dimension. Kagaya sighed in relief, having halted her doom. So simple. So naive. When the first swords fell upon her, Kagaya realized her mistake. Having left open herself to attack from above, Amaterasu's stockpiled weapons impaled her from all angles with enhanced gravity, making them even more powerful, pinning her to the sharp ground. Her screams of pain and anguish shook her own foe to the very core. Panting behind Madara's mask, as maintaining the portals taxed his reserves, Kazama ignored his conscience and kept powering through. He felt like putting down a mad dog, and didn't relish in ending her the way he had with Obito. It wasn't a fight. It was a prolonged execution. In the end, the dimension switched once more, and both fighters found themselves back among the illusion world's ruins of Konoha. Obito's conjured rain had stopped, clearing the night sky despite the plumes of smoke that stretched to it. Kazama rose back to his feet, no longer feeling the oppressive pull of enhanced gravity. Kagaya laid in front of him, 8 blades piercing her back, arms and ankles. Her white kimono had turned crimson, and a pool of red blood flowed from her wounds. He had expected white, inhuman blood, yet instead she shed human fluids. In spite of her wounds, she remained alive, breathing heavily. Why had she brought them back to Earth? Had her power ran out? He had his answer, when a dreaded power chilled the atmosphere. Earthquakes began to shake the earth. The skies thundered. Kagaya's own chakra, fouled beyond recognition, enveloped her, transforming her. The sheer power she released forced Kazama to take a step back. A monstrous creature, multiple times larger than a Biju, materialized before him. The horrific monstrosity before him vaguely reminded him of a rabbit, except rabbit did not have sharpened, predatory fangs, 10 tails each ending with a bestial face or human hands bigger than the Aikibi. The creature's body was black as the darkest night, and between its white eyes shone a single, purple light, a star in the middle of the darkest void. Mikabashi, Kazama whispered, with a mix of spite and fear. Before that 100-foot monstrosity, he was nothing but a flea facing a world-ending beast. The twisted 10 tails let out a roar, the ground shaking even more. The skies and stars themselves began to fluctuate, the very fabric of space ripped apart by the entity's apocalyptic power. You were chosen, the 10 tails accused, with Amatsu Mikabashi's cold, inhuman voice. You threw your future away. I never wanted your future, Kazama sneered. I am your pawn no longer. You are but a page in the history I wrote, Mikabashi replied, its voice twisted with pure, undiluted anger. I have enough. It raised its fist, and charged in a phenomenal burst of speed. Kazama barely had the time to fly above with the jet fire technique before the paw of Mikabashi's gigantic avatar slammed the ground where he used to stand, leaving a small crater in its wake. I shall take back the power you stole, the kami snarled, its tails lashing at Kazama, and delete this world while I am at it. Gone were the long monologues. Now, the kami just wanted Kazama dead. Dodging through multiple portals, Kazama ran circles around the possessed 10 tails. The very world around them started to collapse, the distant mountains slowly disintegrating. He tried to approach the creature, only for a cloak of blue and purple fire to cover its skin. The Nibi's power. Kazama gasped, once more forced to put distance between them. Of course it can use the Nibi's powers, he thought, it's the goddamn 10 tails. Its mere will caused powerful air currents. Mikabashi let its corrupted chakra erupt, channeling it toward the skies. Maha Kalpa. It roared, as its chakra coalesced and fell to the earth in the shape of pillars of light, each larger than Konoha's arena. In despair, the blonde opened portals in the attacks, paths before they could hit the ground and vaporize the area. This is hopeless, Kazama struggled, his chakra reserves dwindling as he frantically attempted to redirect the heavenly judgment to a pocket dimension. He couldn't stop all the blasts, focusing on the nearest ones so as to spare himself and the Konoha area. The pillars fell as if testaments of heaven, causing explosions, putting his Marabito to shame all over the continent. The horizon itself was set ablaze. The night sky had become a sea of fire, stars falling down to earth. This truly was the end of the world. It is I who first seeded the world with the power of chakra. Mikabashi boasted, its hellish maw opening, it is mankind's wish for an end to its pain that called me. The 10 tails unleashed a gigantic beam of red chakra at Kazama, who flew out of the way, only for the beam to change direction and pursue him. Kazama barely had the time to create shadow clones and disperse in all directions, the god's breath vaporizing the decoys one after the other. He couldn't defeat the creature. Not physically. He searched inside his mentor's memories for a solution, stumbling upon one. Madara had once upon a time considered becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and had devised a technique to reign in the beast should it be complete without him until they could merge. However, it needed a Rinnegan. Without one, Kazama would not be able to seal the creature within himself. It was impossible. Kazama did not know what that word meant. Ever since Princess Kagaya's greed led her to consume the fruit of power, mankind's despair engulfed this world. Mikabashi raged. Life, memories, feeling, existence itself is an endless misery. As long as a single soul calls for an end to its suffering, I shall fulfill its wish. Teleporting above the god, Kazama landed on its eye and called upon his chains. The ethereal restraints surrounded the god's body, briefly chaining it completely. Come back as many times as you want, Kazama said with finality, I will beat you as many times as it takes. He slammed his hands. 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal, he snarled, Kazama style. Ripping into the monster's chakra itself, his chains began to pull out the corrupted chakra within the 10 tails. Kazama lacked the strength to pull out the entire 10 tails, and so was forced to take the most important, Mikabashi's corruption within it. Kazama found himself facing a formless mass of purple chakra, while the desecrated 10 tails fell to the ground. However, at the last moment, instead of dragging the god's malignant spirit within himself, Kazama called upon the last of his chakra, and began to fold space itself around the corrupted chakra, sealing the godly essence inside a closed-off area. What? Mikabashi snarled. You dare turn my own power against me? I am creating my own pocket dimension, Kazama snarled, one sealed and isolated from the outside. From yourself. The god's formless fragment could only hiss in frustration, as the prison closed on it, taking the form of a space. Avicii. Kazama declared, the eternal hell. The pocket dimension began to shrink, and then vanished. Kazama fell to the ground, using the last ounce of his chakra to soften his fall with a wind jutsu, landing on muddied ashes. He had no idea how long he remained there, depleted and exhausted beyond words, his mind numb to the outside world. After a time, he regained awareness long enough to force himself back on his feet, struggling to stand. He could trip anytime, and he doubted he'd get back up again if he did. He scoured for his surroundings, trying to locate Menma or Sakura. All he found was Kagaya's corpse, the princess having regained her original form. The wounds he had inflicted previously had not healed, regardless of her giant transformation. Ripping Mikabashi's influence off her probably nullified her regeneration for a time. Yet Kagaya breathed. How could she live with those wounds and a large part of her chakra forcefully ripped from her amazed Kazama beyond words? If anything, her drive to remain alive was to be admired. She's too dangerous to be left alive, he heard a whisper to his ear, as if Madara advised him from beyond the grave, finish her off while you can. What else could he do? Seal her and preserve whatever remained of the illusion world. He had no chakra to do so. Slicing her throat with a kunai easily remained the safest solution. Then again, he barely had the strength to stand. Even holding a kunai might be too much now. Yet, as he approached her, standing above her and ready to finish her off, her opened eyes fidgeted to his. Kagaya gazed at him with absolute terror, aware of her coming death yet unable to defend herself. He had expected a gaze of hatred and spite, and only found fear. At this moment, he pitied her. The old Kazama would not have hesitated striking her down without a second thought. The old Kazama had never shown mercy, for that matter. To him, it was to kill or be killed, no exception. He had seen where that mindset led. Could he let her live however? He had no guarantee she would not return to her destructive ways. That was the woman who had taken the forbidden fruit and become consumed by the power Mikabashi offered. Just as he had. Now Mikabashi's influence had been removed, perhaps the embers of whatever goodness remained in her could become bolstered once more. She had taken the fruit to bring peace in the first place. Unlike Obito, her first intentions had not been selfish. Perhaps the woman she had once been was still alive, somewhere inside that self-proclaimed goddess. On the other hand, how much of her old personality was left in that shell? That mind, corrupted for centuries, could have been shattered, broken beyond repairs. An act of mercy could spell doom. He remembered the Shinigami's last words to him. If the god of death had showed him mercy, while he had done nothing to deserve it, the deity had been willing to assume the consequences of his choice, aware it might lead to ruin and destruction, and yet it had assumed it all the same. Inspired, Kazama reached a decision, kneeling beside Kagaya and seizing her within his arms. She was surprisingly heavy, which the blonde put on the density of her enhanced bone, tremendous amount of hair, and thick clothes. Still, he took it upon himself and carried her despite the fact that he could fall over at any time. What? Kagaya hushed weakly, pure astonishment in her voice. You are not killing me. I am taking you to a medic, he said. Kagaya almost opened her mouth, but he did not let her finish. Do not make me reconsider. I can still change my mind. The princess fell silent. Kazama remembered having once watched cliched Princess Gale movies, when Team 7 remained whole. The main hero would always end the movie walking under the sunset, while carrying the princess in arms. As he left to look for Sakura and Menma, he wondered he had finally found the higher road. The warlord. For this world, he had tried something new. In the previous one, he had tried to simulate a hunting party. His clones attacked the hidden villages in the dead of the night with very simple rules. Whoever brought the more ears back won. One clone killed everyone and took the ears off the corpses. Another did it the other way around. Much less effective, but the screams were so sweet to his ears. One clone had a funnier idea, cutting the feet off of his victims, and making hill-sized piles out of them. One of feetless cadavers. He then proceeded to set them on fire, lighting candles, and then joked it was his birthday party. The clones had a good laugh, declared that won the winner, and then moved on. In the end, after depopulating the major cities, they had to move to the countryside to keep the kill count running smoothly. In days, they had almost entirely depopulated the world. A few managed to escape their notice, hiding beneath the earth, but the sheer scale of the Holocaust meant the mankind of this world would die out within 2 generations. On this world, however, the 100th he had visited, he tried something more creative. He devastated the hidden villages like usual. At this point it had become routine, but spared the children below 10. Once he had slaughtered the adults, he gathered the youth at Kiri, and proceeded to split them in 2 armies. He then distributed weapons among them, and told them the side that managed to exterminate the other would live. An ode to Yagura, and his bloody mist. It had been an entertaining slaughter, mostly because most of these children has been too young to have been taught jutsu, so they had to get close. By the end of the day, the trees had turned red with blood, and innocence had become corrupted into abomination. But the surviving side was slightly too big for his taste, so he had the survivors split once more, and do it all over again. The systematic traumatizing of an entire generation, heightened to an art form. The complete destruction of hope and love. Certainly he had fed the flies well today. It was almost a shame this world would be among the first to be destroyed. He would have loved coming back years later, seeing what kind of warped society would rise from those broken child killers. However, as his clones finished building this world's relay among the silent ruins of Kumogakure, the warlord understood he couldn't fulfill that whim. The construction had gone faster than expected, the clock of Armageddon tickling closer to apocalypse o'clock with each passing second. The warlord's fingers twitched as 4 shades materialized around him. He barely spared them a glance. Kushina, Mei, Menma, Kabuto, my, the latter's shade noted, this council is growing smaller with each session. Still not small enough, the warlord thought. He had hoped to get rid of at least 2 more before the deadline, yet it appeared he would have to dirty his hands himself. At least he had gotten rid of the most dangerous of them. Report, the warlord said abruptly. Playing mind games with those fools had overstayed its welcome. It shames me to say our estimated colleague, Orochimaru-san, did not survive our attack on our enemy's HQ, Kabuto began, which ended in a failure, as you can imagine. I even lost my most powerful Edo Tensei. Why have you not fought to the bitter end then? Kushina mocked. I would have, Kabuto lied as easily as he breathed, had our dear Kazekage not treacherously switched sides at the last moment, her reinforcements stabbing Orochimaru-sans and my troops in the back. I decided retreating to inform you of her betrayal was the wisest choice. If Kabuto had expected surprise from the warlord, he found himself grossly disappointed. If anything, the Tikoku leader wondered why she had taken so long to turn on them. What about Sasuke Uchiha's team? Mei asked. It appears, they died alongside Zetsu, the warlord stated, although he didn't believe it. His instinct told him at least a few of them had survived. However, the fact remained he could not locate Zetsu's ring signature. Either the ring had been destroyed, or, more likely, the one who had donned it couldn't properly use it. The Dark Wolf killed Zetsu and looted the ring of its corpse, the warlord guessed the most likely outcome. He almost hoped Sasuke had survived. Almost. Somehow torturing Sasuke, any Sasuke, never got old. How could they do so? Kabuto asked. Even if Zetsu died, his armies should have remained at our disposal. It appears one of Zetsu's foes on his homeworld, Tobi, used the Rinnegan to call down the moon to Earth in an attempt to take him down, the warlord lied through his teeth. His entire planet is gone. I know for certain my world's moon is hollow, Kushina said, how peculiar. Of course, none of them bought his story, as they didn't buy his explanation on Conan's survival. Trying to guess the truth would keep their minds busy, imagining countless pointless scenarios. What about Obito? The warlord asked Menma, this time genuinely interested. Beside Mei-san, only your duo wasn't involved in today's big operation. What happened? Kazama and Obito killed each other, believe it or not. Menma shrugged. Guy just popped up on our turf from out of nowhere and started spouting nonsense. It escalated, and last thing I knew they had blown one another into pieces. I don't even know what they were using on each other in the end. How sad you must feel, Kabuto deadpanned. My sincere condolences for your partner's demise. I'm sure you cared about Orochimaru a great deal too, Menma replied, you must have surely fought fiercely to save him. Touché, Kabuto chuckled mirthfully. Tikoku, the warlord mused, was an organization built on power, an alliance of egos barely kept together by short-term interests and fear of reprisal. Its quick implosion didn't surprise him. In fact, he had counted on it. The group had been built as a short-term help to smooth his plan over, and he had never expected it to last long. Kazama-san is alive, the warlord declared, blowing off Menma's explanations, I didn't kill him yet. He took an exploding Bijudama mixed with whatever jutsu he used to the face. Menma replied, I dunno, looks he's as dead as one can be. Have you seen his corpse? The warlord stressed. I'd probably need a Sharingan to find the scraps if there are any to begin with, Menma shrugged. I will believe that man dead once I have undeniable proof he is. The warlord shook his head, brushing off the subject. What about you, Kushina-san? Has your assault been fruitful? Although he only saw a shade of the real Kushina, the warlord could almost portray her wide smirk as she declared her success, flawless victory. This caught his interest, and that of the rest of the group. The battle was so one-sided, I almost felt sorry for them, Kushina gloated behind her fan, almost. That entire world was mine within hours. And the god I'm Hokage, Itachi Uchiha? Kabuto asked. I will collect him soon, Kushina mused, my troops have begun to apply caged bird seals to the prisoners. My army will grow bigger with new slaves, and the construction of a new relay shall begin in short order. At this point, the construction did not matter. The warlord's clones would finish building the last relays he really needed, the keystones of the system, and then the big finish would start. Kushina would keep his foes busy for a little while, stalling long enough for him to progress unhindered. Considering who she kept prisoner, Kazama was guaranteed to pay her a visit. The final stage was finally set. He just had a few loose ends to deal with first. Kazama. It felt like a dream. Watching faint, blurred images, being present, yet distant, seeing through an invisible wall, or a magnifying glass. Describing the experience to an outsider would be difficult. The closest representation Kazama had in mind was that of watching a gigantic mirror hall from above, seeing the roads, the dead ends, the reflections. Except those reflections, the paths taken or not, numbered in the infinite. Overwhelmed by the countless realities within his reach, Kazama began to filter them. He was looking for specific people, seeing everything did not interest him. Among the mirrors, he found the person he was looking for. Makoto Uchiha. Like light, this person's very self refracted upon countless mirrors, forming a kaleidoscope of possibilities. He saw the person she had been, was, would become, and could become. A mother, a betrayer, a loyal, strong woman, a Hokage, a friend. He focused, and after filtering through thousands of Makoto he finally found the one he was looking for. Or rather, he found her captor. A red-headed woman, carrying an elegant fan, watched the victorious procession from the Hokage's office. Konoha's streets were marred with holes, debris, and piles of charred corpses. The spiraled flags of Uzu stood arrogantly on the still-standing buildings. Below, Uzu's army paraded, proudly presenting prisoners of war to the fearful, cowed civilians. Most of Uzu's armies were faceless mooks, their faces hidden beneath dark veils. Piercing them, Kazama realized their skin was littered with seals, their very minds extinguished, leaving only unfeeling slaves in their place. Enslaved summons formed the shock troops, alongside animated men of clay and metal, brought to life with more elaborate seals. The prisoners fared little better. Humiliated ninjas from across the elemental nations followed, their head lowered, the caged bird seal forcefully applied to their foreheads had removed the need of physical restraint. Only the most prized prisoner, the Godime Hokage Itachi Uchiha, had been forcefully restrained with metallic ropes, his eyes sealed. His family trailed behind, but kept their head raised in defiance. A female Gaara, whom Kazama instantly recognized, had been trapped in a sphere of glass, her sand vainly lashing out inside her prison. From the office, Kushina Uzumaki smiled, two men standing behind her, a samurai carrying the scent of death with every breath, and a white-haired man who reminded Kazama of the Sage of the Six Paths. The princess agitated her fan to blow some fresh air, and within its complex arrays of seals, Kazama saw Izanami. She was as beautiful as ever, even forced inside a prison barely the size of the room. She was trying to keep herself busy, designing arrays with her own blood, attempting to reverse engineer the seals that kept her imprisoned. Her Sharingan worked furiously, but she was light years away from escaping by herself. Her essence had been sealed inside the fan. He could enter the seal, but without disabling it, returning her to flesh would be impossible. Destroying that fan would release her. Kazama felt the strong urge to teleport right in front of that caricature of his mother and do exactly that, but suppressed it. While sorely tempted, he had wasted most of his chakra and needed rest. This Kushina was just as dangerous as Obito, and he needed to be at full power to confront her. The corrupt sage next to her almost more so. He also had to get rid of her army and release that Konoha from her grasp. But Kazama would come, and there would be a reckoning. He just hoped Izanami could forgive him for his lateness. He reluctantly ended this vision, his mind wandering off from his beloved to another universe, checking out on his friends. He looked for Naruto and Sasuke first. Locating them easily enough, Kazama found himself flying above a city shrouded in a deep fog, the infamous hidden village of Kurigakure. He found Naruto in a hospital, treated by a dozen of medic nins. Her wounds indicated she needed some heavy surgery. A playful, spiraled white Zetsu with chakra reserves matching Kagaya's own, constantly pumped the genin with energy to keep her alive. Kazama found no traces of the Kyuubi inside his student, only residual chakra. Yet, he could feel his student stirring. She would live, that was all that mattered. In a throne room not far from the hospital, he located Sasuke and the Dark Wolf, holding an audience before Mei-Terumi, escorted by the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Zabuza and Kisame he recognized easily, the others not so much. And Obito Uchiha, with mismatched eyes, stood with Sasuke side by side. Kazama couldn't help but shudder upon seeing that man again, before realizing this one was different. Calmer, wiser, kinder. However, he did not miss Conan's absence, and his mind found no trace of her spirit. Kazama mourned his friend, vowing to build a monument to her memory in AIM, so future generations wouldn't forget her sacrifice. "Thank you for your help evacuating my people, but I can't help but notice the ring on your finger," Obito said. "You impersonated our Mei," Sasuke guessed, clearly unhappy about the situation. Kazama for the first noticed he was missing an arm, and his eyes had turned almost white. The Dark Wolf stood next to him, like a she-bear watching her cub. Kazama would have found it adorable, if seeing a female clone of himself looking this way toward his best friend didn't feel somewhat unsettling. "Against my wishes," Mei declared, the 7 swordsmen of the mist ready to defend her at the first sign of provocation. "The warlord gave me no choice. I only joined Tikoku to protect my dominion from him." How easy to say, Obito hissed, blaming another for your own actions. I am complicit in many atrocities, Mei admitted, before and after I joined Tikoku. This world of equality, where bloodline users can finally walk without fear of reprisal, accepted for their gifts instead of being hunted or used as tools for war, was built on great sacrifices. I will not deny it. However, the warlord threatens us all. He is madder than Yagura, and infinitely more dangerous. I played his game because I did not wish to put my people's lives at stake. And now you have pawns to use against him, Sasuke growled. A leader has to make questionable choices to protect those under his protection, Mei said, have I not saved you from certain death? I am risking everything harboring you here. Our interests align. In exchange for what? Obito asked, doubtful. Your fear of the warlord can't have been your only motivation. All I wish for is to protect my world, Mei insisted. And that your rule is not challenged. Sasuke guessed, the Mizukage giving him a serene smile. We will settle the details later, Mei said sharply, for now, please be my guests. You will find Kiri's hospitality much to your liking, I hope. His mind dropping the vision, Kazama briefly wondered if leaving them within the reach of a traitor was a good idea, but decided to trust them. Mei Terumi had saved them from death, albeit for her own purposes. For now, as she had pointed out, their interests aligned. His mind finally flickered to his remaining friends, in a world of metal and concrete. He found himself in a war room, a large hall filled with computers, maps, and a single rounded table around which dozens of people had gathered. Tamari, clad in the traditional cage robes and wearing the Tikoku ring of metal on her finger, discussed with the assembly, negotiating the terms of her help while backed by several Sand Jonins. Kazama could sense the Ikibi's presence within her, alongside a potent, magnetic chakra. She wielded small gourds around a belt, each filled with a different, unique kind of metal powder or sand. His friends were there as well. Yugito had taken the lead of the negotiations, affirming herself in her role of leader. Haku and Kitsune stood a bit afar, the former proudly carrying her mentor's sword, albeit with some troubles. Karasu wore a bandage around his eyes, and was stranded in a wheelchair. Healers had saved his life, but medicine had its limits. The battle wounds he had received had clearly crippled him permanently. If anything, his survival was a miracle. Inari pushed him around, trying to lighten his friend's depressed mood the best he could. Upon a closer look, Kazama found leftover traces of wounds and seals, recently removed. Chibaku stood with him, his metallic vessel transformed into a replica of his original body of flesh, constantly keeping the cage in his direct line of sight. So far, Kazama decided upon dropping this picture, they had managed far better than the other groups. Now content to know his friends were safe, at least for the time being, he decided to experiment further with his new sight. His mind expanded beyond the reach of the present, into the future. The Hall of Mirrors became muddied waters, currents of possible realities blinking in and out of existence with each choice made. He guessed this was how fate really worked, analyzing parallel universes in quick succession, then identifying the most likely results. The future was an open book for who could read between the gulf of reality, witnessing the ripples caused by each potential action. It might also explain why destiny could ultimately fail. The future was never truly set in stone in the first place. Probably could predict the future accurately, but never perfectly. All in all, prophecy was simply glorified weather forecasting. Ultimately, the future was left to be written by those with the will to. The past did not escape his reach either. He could read the lives of people, recorded in the very fabric of reality, like open books. Time and space were a crossroad, and he held all the keys. The secrets of the universe were his to unlock. He was, for all intent and purposes, omniscient. This was Satori, the ultimate space and time ninjutsu. The applications were phenomenal. He could peer and record the past of ninjas, reverse engineering their techniques as his own with enough time. He could observe someone from all angles, identifying that person's most hidden and crippling weaknesses. If he could use it in battle, filtering potential futures, he could more or less predict his foes' moves before they thought of them. And that was just the small scale. Observing parallel universes, Kazama could easily change the path of entire worlds, preventing potential wars by removing the right pieces at the right time. He could access knowledge man was never meant to gain, unlocking secret, forbidden powers. He could peer to the beginning of creation, and perhaps find a way to remake it as he saw fit. The overwhelming temptation to abuse that power frightened him beyond words. As he cancelled his jutsu and stopped watching through the veil of reality, Kazama struggled a bit against a painful headache. Blood dropped from his nose and filled his mouth. It took him time to remember where he was. Hey, he heard Menma call. You're alright. I'm fine, I think, Kazama thought, his eyes flickering to his surroundings in short order. Konoha's ruins, he finally remembered. At the edge of the crater Obito had made of Konoha, the survivors of the attack had set camp. However, what hope did they have? The skies were blackened with dust, and most of the vegetation and wildlife on the planet had been destroyed by Mikabashi's assault. The illusion world could not sustain life anymore. You've been standing still like a statue for hours, Menma said, no longer bothering to hide his face beneath a mask, or pretend to be someone he wasn't. It was fucking creepy. Ah, was all Kazama managed to say, slowly getting his thoughts back in order. It didn't take him long to guess why he had phased out this way. He had achieved the sight of a god, with a human mind. His brain wasn't properly equipped to deal with all the information that flooded it, as he perceived thousands of realities at the same time, so it erased old information to make place, and forced his neurons to overwork. At best he would have to sacrifice memories. At worst his brain would overload and burn within his skull. Such power could have tremendous applications, if applied with care. However, the heavy cost meant he had to use it sparsely and prudently. I'm sorry, he suddenly told Menma. For what? For this, Kazama pointed at the blackened horizon. It's not as bad as you think, Menma said, showing off the ring on his finger. We can settle on another world easily enough. I'll take time, but an exodus isn't out of the question. The world isn't the dirt under your foot, it's the people populating it. He shrugged off his shoulders. Although I dunno why you kept that woman alive. Kazama narrowed his eyes. It saved you and this entire world from blinking out into nothingness, he said. Menma didn't buy it for a second. Bullshit, he replied, that didn't stop you from trying to kill Obito. Don't try to play the pragmatist card with me. You could have easily asked us to seal and keep her as a battery when you brought her in. That's what Madara would have done had he been the one to return. Yes, probably, Kazama agreed. I think I slaughtered enough people for a lifetime, he said. I'm tired of killing. I gotta learn when to stop. Menma raised an eyebrow, which Kazama took as an invitation to continue. Many of my foes deserved death, and I do not regret killing them, he declared. Stated, Orochimaru, Yagura, Obito, those are monsters who needed to die for the good of everyone else. The warlord will have to go down, too. Those people cannot change their ways, because they cannot see anything bigger than themselves. How is she any different? His doppelganger asked doubtfully. You're stepping on dangerous grounds. Because, I think she started like me, he said. We both watched a world without pity and we tried to enforce order upon it, to build a better tomorrow. We both believed only we could do it. That the weight of the struggle was on our shoulders alone, and that we were justified in anything we tried. If I strayed out of that path, then surely so can she. Call it instinct, call it hope, I've decided to change to give her a second chance. He sighed. However, if she refuses to change her ways, Kazama stated, I will end her life myself. I do not give third chances. His double snickered. Admit it, you just have a kink for the mothers of powerful shinobi, Menma joked. I should call you the motherfucker from now on. Kazama sent him a potent glare, doubly so when the black-haired Uzumaki burst out laughing. Don't take it badly, Menma mocked. I worked like, forever on that one-liner. He and Chibaku would get along fantastically. Hopefully they'd meet after Inari left, otherwise everyone would be after their heads for different reasons. What about your meeting? He asked, brushing the subject away. Menma crossed his arms. He didn't believe me. I expected as much, Kazama replied. What about the rest? Tikoku is quickly collapsing, Menma said. Half of them are dead or turncoats, and the rest will follow. One more push and the organization is done for, but the real threat won't go down with the ship. The warlord, Kazama thought, it always comes down to the warlord. So what's your plan? Menma shrugged. The second I've fully recovered, I'm going to track down Izanami and release her, he stated, clenching his fists, wiping out Kushina and her warped empire from the face of the multiverse along the way. Menma raised an eyebrow. You mean we? Kazama locked eyes with his double. Nothing force you to come, he said. You've got a new life here. Don't be so quick to leave it behind. Dude, you freed me from Obito's grasp, he shot back. You saved Sakura too while you were at it. I'll repay the debts I owe you. We will have to fight the warlord eventually, Kazama warned. Menma tried to hide it, but Kazama saw him shudder for a second. I told you, I don't fear death, he said, more to reassure himself than Kazama. All that changed is that I have people to die for. Someone is talking about me, Sakura declared, popping between the two doubles. Her space-time ninjutsu paled compared to his own, but was still nothing short of impressive. Minato Namikaze would have been proud of her. Kazama certainly was. Menma crossed his arms, trying to look aloof. You were listening. I worried you might try slipping up again, she grumbled, putting her hand on her waist. I'm coming with you. No. Menma snapped. Sakura, Kushina is not as bad as Obito, but close. She sent him a potent glare that silenced him instantly. If you even suggest leaving me in the dust like you did last time, I will kick your ass. I am not the frail girl from before. I am Sakura Haruno, the pink flash of Konohagakure. I will not stay helpless on the sidelines and pray for your victory like some cheerleader. Menma grumbled something under his breath, backing off. If Kazama had doubts who would wear the pants in their relationship, they had been cleared. That girl's sweet exterior hid an iron core. Besides, Sakura continued with a warm, friendly smile, trying to keep you guys alive as a constant struggle, and it'll be easier if I join the fray. Kazama smiled back, before returning to more important subjects. How is your patient? Her metabolism is quite abnormal, Sakura replied, her smile instantly swapped with a focused professional look. She has many traits in common with humans, perhaps to the point of interbreeding with them, like lions can interbreed with tigers. A close, but parallel species. I managed to patch up the worst wounds and her astonishing healing factor did the rest. He had figured out as much. Considering her bone manipulation, Kazama guessed the Kagaya clan was related to her in more than name. She's in a deep sleep, Sakura said, but she will wake sooner or later. You still have the time to change your mind, was left unsaid, although he had reached his decision and would abide by it. Much like his mentor, Kazama would not falter in his efforts. Keep me informed should she wake up, he declared, opening a portal to his homeworld and stepping through it. I shouldn't take long. Where are you going? Menma asked. Settling one last matter, he said, closing the path behind him. The Valley of the End hadn't changed. The memory of the epic fight that shaped it flared vividly within him. Whatever remained of Madara stirred in the depths of his student's subconscious at the sight. With a simple earth release, Kazama made a stone altar rise from beneath the waters at the top of the waterfall, right between the statues of the two mortal enemies. After checking your memories, I thought it would be the right place where to put a tombstone, he spoke. You should have died here long ago, yet you carried on, too stubborn to lay down and die. Neither of us ever understood when to quit. That was what made us strong, and alone. Others stopped, but we continued. Our loved ones died, nations rose and fell, and our journey continued. Yours has ended at last, but mine has just begun. He sighed. I would have preferred to have a body to bury, Kazama said. I guess the mask will have to do. You've remained an enigma for so long, an elusive ghost. Fitting in a way, that a mask is all that remains. Removing Madara's mask, Kazama channeled chakra and returned it to its original form. I wanted to wield it during your last battle, he told the tombstone as he gently posed the mask atop of the altar. I finished the job we set to. You can rest easy now. I will take care of the rest. Intellectually, he understood some part of the old ninja remained inside him, an echo of the person he had been. Kazama put on that show mostly to come to terms with his mentor's passing himself. I want you to hear it, he began. I will become the strongest ninja. I will put all those preceded me to shame. You, Hashirama, the sage himself, I will become a legend. I will forge my own path, wherever it leads me. You said it yourself, remorse is for those who do not know what they want. I know what I want now. I will become strong, and with that power, protect everyone. He crossed his arms. I doubt it will alleviate the weight of my sins, but I will try to do better, he declared. If Mikabashi doesn't get to us first, we'll probably both end up in hell. If so, I guess we'll wage war on it together. Sitting next to the tombstone, Kazama began to scratch an epitaph with his kunai. Rereading the final work, it sounded just right. Here lies Madara Uchiha. Enemy, shinobi, Father. Jutsu Compendium. Izanagi. Amiyana, A rank. Warping reality, the user calls upon existence a rain of fiery projectile. Izanagi. Misogi, A rank. Warping reality, the user causes the weather to twist into a heavy rain. Yin Seeking Ball, S rank. The counterpart of the Yang Seeking Ball, the user creates a sphere of pure, unbalanced Yang energy, which explodes violently upon contact with physical matter. The user controls the ball with his mind, making it a guided missile and a powerful offense. Red Sphere Yang Barrier, S rank. The user, calling upon the Izanagi, creates a barrier of impenetrable chakra in the shape of a sphere around his body. Maha Kalpa, rank Incalculable, a world-ending technique unique to the 10 Tails. The 10 Tails overwhelms the entire world with its chakra wavelength, causing earthquakes and calling upon pillars of fiery light upon the land. The technique leaves the planet it is used on a devastated wasteland. Ama no Manaka Nushi, rank Incalculable, the Stolen Divinity. By infusing himself with the divine spark stolen from Mikabashi, Kazama gains absolute control over the void linking all worlds and dimensions together, gaining the power to open portals across space and understanding of the underlying structure of reality. The applications of this technique are too numerous to count. Mikio, S rank Spatial Ninjutsu. An application of the Ama no Manaka Nushi, Kazama opens multiple portals in quick succession, giving the illusion of extreme speed surpassing that of the Yellow Flash. By putting explosive tags on the ground while hopping around a battlefield, the user becomes a one-man mining field. Kamui Dispelling, A rank Spatial Ninjutsu. Due to controlling the void from which all pocket dimensions are created, Kazama can override the link between a Kamui user and his pocket dimension, cutting it off and negating all affiliated techniques. Storm of Blades, S rank Ninjutsu. By linking himself to the now abandoned pocket dimension of the late Amaterasu, Kazama calls upon the weapons stocked within, causing them to fall upon a target at full speed. Kumo no Ito, A rank Spatial Ninjutsu. Combining the Manaka Nushi with his chakra chains, Kazama drags a foe located in another world to his own. Avachi, the Eternal Hell, S rank Spatial Ninjutsu. Through his link to the void, the user creates a pocket dimension similar to Yu's link to Kamui users, trapping a foe within. However, this special pocket dimension, once finished, becomes completely sealed from the rest of the multiverse, imprisoning the victim for eons until the technique eventually weakens. Satori, rank Incalculable, the ultimate space and time ninjutsu. By using the Manaka Nushi, Kazama peers across multiple realities simultaneously, replicating the sight of gods. While the Satori gives limited omniscience, this power was never meant for mortals, and the user's brain is at risk of destruction due to overwhelming information, making it a last resort.